My name is Deirdre Bartman. I am Chair of the Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism Committee. I'm going to first just ask our procedural officer whether we are live on YouTube yet and whether our meeting is recorded.
Hi, Chair. The recording has started. Candice, can you confirm that we're live, please?
We live? Are we live? Perfect. Okay. Members, welcome to the committee today. Today we are dealing with the annual reports of Provincial Treasury as well as the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board for the past year. Members, I'm just going to go through some rules again, which most should know by now. Since we are an MS team, if you have any questions that you would like to ask or raise any points of orders, then please use your raise hand function. You can also use the chat box if you do not have the raise hand function. I'm going to start with the introduction of the members, and then I'll go with the introduction of the Provincial Treasury, and later I'll do the introduction of the board when they do the annual, when we go through the annual report. Members, I'm going to mute everyone at the beginning of the meeting. Okay, everyone has been muted. This is in order for us to ensure that there are no background noise. I'm going to ask that if you are not presenting at the time and if you're not on the floor at the time, that you please keep your mic muted and that your video off for connectivity reasons. You are more than welcome to unmute yourself when you're on the floor, as well as put your video on when you're on the floor as well. Colleagues, with that, I just want to find out if there are any apologies. Just see here. Member Makamba Bocha sent us an apology for our briefings today. So that's the only apology I've received. Are there any other apologies? Okay. If none, members, we'll start with you introducing yourself. I'll then ask Minister Mania and his team to do their introductions, but that we don't do all of the introductions, just the lead person introduces for us. And then we'll do introductory remarks. And with that, afterwards, I will table the respective sections for questions. Thank you so much. Members, if you could introduce yourselves, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Dalen Mitchell.
Thank you, Member Mitchell.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, everybody. My name is Naomi Nkondlo. I'm a member of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo.
Good morning, Chair. Andrikus van der Westhuizen, member of the committee.
Thank you, Member van der Westhuizen. Are there any other members in the committee? If none, Minister, you may now do introductions as well as introductory remarks, please. I will be putting my video off just for connectivity reasons as well.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name, as you know, is David Mania. I'm the Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities. I'm joined.
Minister, apologies for interrupting you. You are a little bit soft on your side in terms of the mic. And I wanted to find out if it's possible for you to just increase the sound.
If you give me one moment. Second. Chairperson, is this any better? Sorry, you're on mute, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Chair, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Sorry, would it be? It's not much better, but I'm going to quickly mute all again, and then I'm going to just ask that you please unmute yourself again, just so we can see if that works a bit better. Okay, so let me do that quickly. Okay, my mute all has now right, there we go. Mute all. Okay, Minister, try to unmute yourself now.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Is this better?
It is a bit better. Members, are you able to hear the Minister?
Not well.
Okay. Is it possible to perhaps sit a little bit closer to the laptop?
I'm
Chair,
almost
can I
sitting
make
on-
a proposal?
I'm almost sitting on
Or
top
suggestion?
of the laptop.
No problem. Okay, Member Mitchell, I see your hand.
Chair, could the minister perhaps exit the meeting and try and rejoin? Perhaps that would work.
No problem. Thank you. I think that's a good solution. Minister, are you able to do that for us quickly so we can just see? Thank you. Minister, are you back online?
Yes, I am. Is this a little bit better?
No, it's actually it's still quite soft.
Can I make a suggestion, Chairperson? I will do very brief introductory remarks. I will then exit the system and come back on a standby system, which I hope will be a little bit better.
Okay, no problem. Let's do that then. Member Mitchell, I see your hand.
No, Chair, sorry. I know I'd actually wanted to say that the sound is increasing now. So, I mean, I could hear the minister clearly now.
Okay, let me just ask quickly, members, are you all able to hear the minister at the moment?
Yes.
Okay.
Only when he speaks.
Okay, then let's go forward. And if there is a problem, then we can always deal with it then again. But it seems that the sound is increasing. Minister, you may go ahead.
Great, thank you. And if we do have challenges going forward, I do have a standby system so I can exit and re-enter on the standby system.
Attention, please. Due to an emergency, it is necessary to evacuate the building. Please leave by the nearest exit. Do not use the lifts. Attention, please.
Minister, I hear that there's an emergency evacuation on your side.
To evacuate the building.
I wonder if I could just hand over to the HOD so that I can sort out the office, and I will rejoin you as soon as possible.
Due to an emergency,
I really do
it is
apologize.
necessary to evacuate the building.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. HOD Savage.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, members. A rather exciting start to the morning, I think, reflecting a rather exciting year. I am David Savage, the head of the Provincial Treasury. I'm joined today by the full Treasury management team. I won't introduce all of them. That would take some time. But Chairperson, with your permission, I have one or two slides in this environment to just run through some of the highlights of the annual report, and that would allow us to kick into the detailed discussion.
Thank you so much. Members, with that, what I'm going to ask is that the parts A, parts B, and parts D is tabled for questions, and that the presenters then introduce themselves as they answer the particular questions. Members, I'm also going to ask that when you're asking the questions, that you please just indicate the page numbers for the officials. We're going to start with Provincial Treasury, because it will just make it easier both for Provincial Treasury to know what you are referring to, as well as for our procedural officer, Ms. Adams, just to note it for our report for today. With that, members, I'm going to take the first hands. Going once, going twice. Honorable van der Westhuizen, okay. Honorable Nkondlo. Okay, those are the only hands I see for now. So I'll start in that order. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question. Mr. Savage indicated that he has got a presentation that he would like to share with us. And I was just wondering whether we shouldn't give him an opportunity to first share those 2 or 3 slides. And if you would allow us to therefore wait with our questions, first round of questions until we've seen that. If you want me to to continue straight away, I'm willing to do that too.
Mr. Savage, how long is your presentation?
It's relatively brief, Chairperson. I think it's 6 slides that just run through the annual report, the kind of main highlights. But it is we're in your hands as to which way you would like to proceed, of course.
Okay, no problem. What I'll do is I'll allow you to put up the slides. Usually we don't have slides. We just table the sections usually, but let's put them up. And then I will take Honorable van der Westhuizen and Honorable Kondlo's hands in those orders after the presentation. Thank you.
I wonder if Mr. Savage realizes that he's on mute.
Mr. Savage, you may proceed. Are you aware that you're on mute?
And figure out how to get it off.
I can hear you now, Mr. Savage.
Oh, you can. Excellent. Thank you very much. Apologies for that. I was struggling to get off mute. I think my computer feels it's Friday. Can I just confirm that members can see the screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. I think that the annual report covers the period, obviously, for the 1920 financial year, and this was really the calm before the storm for PT, though it was still a very challenging year. There was new leadership inducted into the department, and more fundamentally, I think the approach to leadership also matured, because in PT we recognize that leadership is not purely about position, it's about values, it's about drive, it's about commitment to stewarding the public finances and improving the lives of residents across the province. So our leadership is really found at the top and across the department. I think it's just very important to note in this, for the purpose of this annual report, it was Ms. Gantana who played a very central role in stabilizing and guiding the department through a leadership transition. And I really think that this annual report is just but one example of her exemplary public service. So our people at the heart of what we do. Our vacancy rate, although notionally looked relatively limited at 1.9%, there were a number of critical vacancies in critical functions which had been vacant for some time. This organogram is current, which shows the progresses that have been made in stabilizing certainly our SMS cohort, but filling vacancies is always challenging. In the department, we are a function that requires quite specific technical skills in public financial management, which is a limited skills pool, but we've made good progress, taking due regard for employment equity considerations. And what's most, I think, encouraging is the emergence of the next generation of Provincial Treasury professionals into the SMS cohort, Mr. Mapai, Mzabu, and Mr. Sali, some examples of that. So of a total of 312 funded posts, 306 were filled by the end of the financial year. There were 38.1% of women in management and 61.9% of men in management. The performance of the department, despite the critical vacancies, it was able to achieve 98% of program performance indicators, 58 out of 59 indicators. The one performance indicator was partially largely achieved in local government accounting in terms of the number of reports submitted. One was achieved later than the date specified in the APP, which was around the annual consolidated financial statements, which was in Q4, not Q3, as planned. Of the 58, 3 were overachieved as well in supply chain, which is a tribute to that team in its own right, and in the number of accounting interventions and training interventions, and the number of municipal and departmental support initiatives in financial governance. One of the highlights of the year was that the department received the Silver Award for Best Ethics Department in the 2019 Provincial Service Excellence Awards, which I think reflects the underlying values and commitment of every staff member in the department. It's maintained clean audit outcomes for 7 financial years now since 2013-14, and the AG has recognized and attributed the success to the leadership culture, the implementation of action plans, and established policies and procedures. Some highlights. One of the things we put a lot of emphasis on in the Provincial Treasury is around training the next generation and mentoring the next generation of stewards for public finances. The Chartered Accountants Academy is one of our showpieces in that respect, very successful and inspiring to be able to engage with young emerging chartered accountants who receive their accredited training in the public sector, in the Provincial Treasury, and not through the traditional audit firms. And we really do attract and retain some of the best financial and accounting professionals in the Western Cape government, and offer them what I think is really a career boosting opportunity. There are a number of other initiatives that we take, such as the Nedbank essay writing competition. Ms. Pico from Tembeletu Secondary School was announced as the overall winner in the annual essay writing competition that we partner with Nedbank and the Education Department on. And out of the 25 finalists, the top 15 received bursaries for further studies. We do have a number of other initiatives, such as our external bursary program, and there are currently 125 young people in the system who are either completing or carrying out their work back period obligations. So I think this is just a snapshot of the emphasis that we place on talent management and building the next generation of leadership in the public financial management arena. On the fiscal and economic services side, of course, this sits the heart of the budget process for the province. We placed continued emphasis on our research agenda, which culminates in the PERO and the MERO. Alongside that, in continuing to hold to and mature our Western Cape fiscal strategy to ensure sustainability, efficiency, discipline, and fiscal consolidation in the province. One of the big new innovations this year was around supplementary publications on infrastructure investment and our contribution to the joint metro and joint district and metropolitan approach, which solidifies our relationships with local government in the system of intergovernmental relations to improve service delivery. On the asset management side, some very exciting developments. We established our supplier walk-in center in October 2019, and that has been a resounding success in terms of the support that we've been able to provide to suppliers to access our online systems. The metrics that have more recently than this annual report are showing that we're getting up to 7 walk-ins an hour in some cases, which is really exciting for us, and it's hitting the nail on the head. We've had 6,792 procurement-related queries that we've resolved via our help desk. We've also implemented the Security Services Transversal Framework Contract for the province, This is a best-in-class transversal contract, which is developing, which is already generating a very positive outcome results for the province. Put a lot of emphasis on in-housing some of our key technology solutions, the supplier evidence bank amongst them, and we've held an LED in Indaba in partnership with Mossel Bay municipalities and DDAT to support local economic development in supply chain management. On the financial governance and accounting side, we've introduced consistency workshops to sustain audit standards that are being achieved in this province. These have been a resounding success as well. At the provincial government level, 95% achievement in terms of audit outcomes, with 0 accounting issues raised by the Auditor General, leaving aside the agriculture questions associated with the transfer to CACEDRA. We've also established a condonation working committee to deal with irregular expenditures in a clearly regulated and efficient manner, and we have done work that is still ongoing into the current financial year and beyond on public entity oversight. And finally, this just gives a snapshot of the human resource statistics in Part D of the report. Just over 56% of our expenditure is on personnel in the province, or overtime as well within limits. We do have and have dealt with employee grievances as they arise. We do manage our vacancy rates. One of the challenges that we face as the Provincial Treasury, however, is our turnover rate. So we are an incubator, given the emphasis on our talent pipeline and our talent management strategy. So we do lose, particularly from functions like supply chain. We do have very high turnover rates where we are training up and orienting professionals to the public sector supply chain environment, and they move on to further their careers. And so that does give us a high turnover. It's of net benefit to the province and to the public sector as a whole, but it does pose a challenge for the Provincial Treasury. I will leave it there, and we'd be very happy to answer questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Savage. Given that the Minister, okay, can you just quickly mute yourself, because otherwise I'm competing with you as well. Okay, the Minister has just entered the meeting a little bit earlier. So we're just going to allow quickly for the Minister to do his remarks, and then I'm going to take the questions as indicated previously. Minister, are you back with us? Were you able to sort out the alarm? I'm hoping it's not anything urgent. I'm hoping that perhaps it was a training emergency evacuation.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
I'm able to hear you, but let me quickly put my mic off to see if it increases your sound as well.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before we were rudely interrupted by what appears to be actually an indicator error. There's no serious emergency in the building, I'm pleased to report. I really just wanted to say that it gives me obviously great pleasure to introduce the annual report, the 2019-20 annual report for Provincial Treasury, which I think reflects some of the excellent work done. And I think that's evidenced by the brief presentation, the highlights which David Savage has just presented, but also I think some of the awards that the department has received. The Best Ethics Department from the Western Cape Government, a Silver Award, and then the Best Performing Province when it comes to audit outcomes from the Auditor General of South Africa. And I also think that during this year, the department, to its great credit, has also adapted in a very challenging environment, which of course is the COVID pandemic, which we should not lose sight of, because in fact we shouldn't forget that it's struck in the latter part of this financial year. But in some Chair, it really gives me great pleasure to introduce the report, which I think highlights the good work that the department has done over the previous financial year, and certainly the department and I look forward to the discussion and the questions from members of the committee.
Thank you, Minister. The hands that were indicated previously were Honourable van der Westhuizen as well as Honourable Nkondlo. I will take the hands in that order. Are there any other hands at this stage? If none, then Honourable Westhuizen, you may go ahead, so long.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you very much to both yourself, the Minister, and the HOD. And I want to say, first, thank you very much. I think we're quite proud of our provincial treasury. Congratulations on your 7th clean audit. And I think it's just right that you are leading by example. Chair, I've got 4 questions. The first one, and I'm grateful to see that in the report, a lot of emphasis is placed on supply chain management, efficiency, processes, etc. And my first question is, do you believe that our current supply chain management system is rendering us with value for money, or value? Are we getting value for the goods and services that we procure? And the reason why I'm asking this is, first, I asked a question a while ago from the Minister of Local Government to please provide us with the prices of 80-gram bond copy paper, which I thought was a fairly standardized kind of product utilized by almost every office. And the prices that municipalities are paying for this product differed vastly. And it just shows to me that there may still be a lot of inefficiencies in the system. So please, if you could just, have you done similar studies? And are you sure that we as a province in our various provincial departments are getting value for money when procuring goods, even when it's highly standardized kind of goods? The second question is, and this also comes back to efficiency. On page 17 of the report, you refer to the integrated financial management system. It seems to me it's a new system that been introduced. Now, we all know that transitions or the implementation of a new software system normally comes with a lot of teeth gnashing and troubles and so on. Is this the system that was supposed to be replacing the so-called BAS and the personal systems, or also integrating those various software systems that the public service in South Africa has been using for many, many years, and which unfortunately has become completely outdated? My third question is on page 32, and I'm really grateful as a former educator when you speak about internships and bursaries and support. And if I can use the word, the growing of own timber, and I think Mr. Savage has also just alluded to the high turnover, because you are seen as an incubator for skilled people who are then grabbed by other entities in the public sector. Now, the traditional bursary scheme worked like this, where you would allocate bursaries to those lucky few that have really performed well at school, and then you were able to follow them for the 3 years or 4 years of their study. And if they didn't perform, you would terminate the agreement. So it would be almost like a selection tool as well for employers. Now, that system has been augmented in the last number of years by the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS supported students. And my question is just, because we also do get many students in that category who qualify for NSFAS, and that are really academically strong, but quite often people wouldn't consider them, because you don't want any student to now have a doubling or duplication of financial support. And my question is just, to what extent can you also accommodate students and follow their careers and perhaps early on entering into an agreement with those students that study with support from the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. And my fourth and last question, Chair, is in the Gambling Board's annual report, they they share their view that they should perhaps rather report to the Department of Economic Development than to Provincial Treasury, because your focus is on revenue collection, the management of budgets, on fiscal policy, etc. Whereas gambling is an economic activity which we would like to develop and obviously also regulate and so on. So if we could just get Treasury's view on the possibility of in the future transferring the responsibility for the Gambling Board rather to your sister department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member van der Westhuizen. Member Nkondlo.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you for the brief overview of both the Minister and the HOD. Perhaps I just want to start, I think, on the matter of the employment, noting that there is a section on HR, but I'm just raising it as part of the comments that we made, that especially to the Minister, as I think the HOD has indicated, this is a joint between him as somebody who came during this particular financial year and Ms. Guntana. I just want to understand, did Ms. Guntana or any of the internal employees of Treasury apply for the HOD post? And if they did, what were the issues of possibilities of them not being promoted to the HOD position? And I'm raising this specifically as I think also with the experience that one, there isn't a gender equity in this particular department. But secondly, you had an opportunity of somebody who had operated in this department almost a very bigger part of its time, to do the work. So in terms of upward mobility, and I'm raising this specifically, it has got nothing to do with the current HOD. I'm asking in hindsight, in terms of upward mobility and succession planning within the department, was this issue considered, and what would have been, a reason where, if any of those that were internally in the department have applied, could not be promoted to the post? That's the first issue I wanted to raise, Chair. And then I think on page. Yes, I think this question I wanted to ask them in particular. I've got some issues on program 2, and I think they relate into a number of pages, but I would mention the pages so that those who need to respond can be able to make reference to it. One, in terms of program 2 and the sub-programs that are there, that are almost about 4 sub-programs. When one looks at their performance indicators, I mean, in terms of the tables, all targets have been achieved, almost 100% in all of those sub-programs. And there is even an indication that there is no underperformance. Now, my question, when you go, I think, to the table that actually shows the financial or budget performance of this particular program, and actually this is also in the other programs, one can see, in particular in program 2, almost, I think, 400% increase of underspending from 1.3, if I'm not mistaken, from the previous financial year to about I think 4 point something in this particular financial year. So I'm trying to understand, is the concept of underperformance not include spending of budget as one of the indicators in that regard? Again, in as far as this program and the different sub-programs, when one reads, I think in the previous pages, that actually tells, you know, the narrative of some of the issues that these particular sub-programs invariably has to deal with, you know, about integrated planning, about, you know, ensuring that fiscal policy and budget processes are actually interlinked. Actually, those issues are raised in page 87. You know, those alignment, which actually just give an indication of what this particular sub-programs are to deal with. Now, in as far as that is concerned, one, I'm interested to understand the type of engagements that are actually mentioned. I think the MTech engagements and others. What were these engagements specifically? Who are the stakeholders who participate in these engagements? And it's not only the MTech. I think there are also others that are referred to in the page. Do these engagements also include communities? Do they also include a private sector in particular, especially when it comes to local government and local economic environment and fiscal environment, you know, to ensure you drive growth in those municipalities? So I'm trying to understand that, and are the findings of those engagements publicized for the public to have access to them? And also in terms of the evaluations of the SBDIPs that also are being done, were all municipalities evaluated? And as it, I think there's an indication there that amongst others is to look at compliance issues. So what would be some of the compliance issues that have been picked up in those SBDIPs evaluations that are done by the sub-program? And again, is that report available to the public? And then my other question, Chair, in this round is that one of the things that I also pick up in this particular section, which I'm interested to understand, especially on alignment and intergovernmental relations. We know national government has been speaking or has started implementing the district development model. Then the province is implementing on the other side the joint district approach. So I'm interested to understand from the HOD and the department, including the minister, what is the harmony between these two approaches, you know, and how are these going to coexist in this particular province, you know, and how are we going to ensure, you know, that intergovernmental, you know, cohesion, for a lack of a better word, you know, in the implementation, you know, so we avoid duplication, we avoid, you know, competition between national projects that are driven through the DDM and those that are done through the JDA, especially from a financing point of view, because surely, you know, public financing of whether the project is going to be implemented through the DDM and another through the JDA. For me, I'm really trying to understand how are these things in terms of that particular function that is located in this particular, if the work that has been done, what are some of the challenges? My last one, I think, Chair, on this round, is to check at this point with the MERO, which has been, I think, a good a report by the Provincial Treasury, and I think I want to commend the work that goes into it thus far. And one is interested that this MERO at this point, one, is it still being done through consultants, and if so, is there plans of ensuring that that work is done in-house, given, I think, the years that the report has been produced by the Provincial Treasury, but also in as far as the MERO is concerned. is the department at this point, especially from a financing point of view, from an integration planning point of view, is the department seeing, you know, somewhat of that complementarity between the information that is and data that is produced from the MERO into the IDPs, you know, of the municipalities? I just want to stop there for this round, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo, and I trust that the officials have noted all of our questions. I'm also going to just add my questions as well, given that we do have some time. In the presentation, firstly, I would like to congratulate. In the presentation was indicated, obviously, that the department has received its 7th consecutive order, clean audit, as well as the Silver Award, and I'd like to congratulate you for that. And then I know that we had a presentation today, and I was having a think a bit about presentations, and because a lot of the information that is given by departments, it's not just in finance, it's in other departments as well. It's a lot of information, it's a lot of documentation. And what I found out is in the Social Development Committee, there is a report that they did recently on child murders, and UCT was presenting the report apparently. And what UCT does with their documentation is they put their documentation online for people to be able to read, but then because it's a particular platform, they are able to see who has read their documentation, how long it took for people to read their documents, how many minutes it took people to stay on a particular page, because also it then gives them an indication whether the information is too complicated, whether they have to simplify the information for stakeholders, but also then gives an indication as to whether people are actually reading the documents. And I wanted to find out, given Provincial Treasury's ability to implement quite transversal solutions, whether such a solution would be feasible for across departments or even for assisting at committee level, so that we are able to see where really the blockages are in understanding some of the complexities of information, but also when we send out the information to the public, that we're able to identify blockages as they occur and red tape as they occur, so that in the next reporting season, we report easier on our information. Then I wanted to find out the target for walk-ins for queries have decreased to about, has gone to about 7 walk-ins per hour if one had to average it out. And you really have an impeccable rate of dealing with queries. But now that we've gotten 7 walk-ins per hour, and it sounds very impressive, but I think that in a government department, the aim shouldn't necessarily be to get more queries, but the aim should perhaps be to get less queries because the system is working better. So I want to know is, what is the plan to now get those 7 queries per hour on average in terms of the walk-ins down to possibly an average of 6 or an average of 5? Because that is actually the aim of government, to make things easier for the lives of our residents. And then in the presentation, you indicated your turnover rate, obviously, in terms of the department. And I wanted to know is the turnover rate, especially the rate in terms of the vacancies for women, is it for this year or is it for the past financial year? And what are you doing at the moment to, and it links up with Honorable Nkondlo's question, to deal with a succession plan? Because also if you increase the pool of talent in an organization, if you increase the pool of talent, you'll have more people that you're able to pick from. So is there a blockage in the pool of talent, or is there a blockage once the talent pool is already there? So that's my question there. And then on page 15, of the Provincial Treasury Annual Report, it indicated on that page that money was obviously sent back from the one grant, the one financial grant from municipalities, because the signed memorandum of agreements, MOAs, which is a requirement for the funding, were not signed or were not sent back to Provincial Treasury, which is why the money had to be returned. So I just wanted to know is what happened there with those 5 municipalities? Why was it not signed? Why was it not received by Provincial Treasury? And what are we going to do in the next year to try and deal with such an administrative matter? On page 32, apologies, that's just my emails reminding me of everything we have to do today. Page 32, obviously it spoke about the quality of the Mero and the Pero, and I'm going to link on to Honorable Nkondlo's question, but my part of the question, I would like to understand what could we do to publish the Mero and Pero earlier? And in conversation with the minister previously, it's the Mero and the Pero is essentially being published at the moment, and then very quick afterwards, the adjustment budget comes. So now the question is, are the stakeholders across province and local government able to use the Mero and Pero in their budgets as evidence? Because that's essentially what happens. Because you publish this document, you come to budget committee, we interrogate all of the officials, we interrogate the minister, but then we end up noting the document, and then a week later, the budgets are presented. So how does that then get used in the budgets? And on page 34, I commend you on the COVID work that you've done in order to be able to release money. That was wonderful. And then I'm going to combine a number of pages to ask a question on this particular matter. So I'll first note the pages. It's pages 12, 19, 24, 42, and 117. Okay, so they are in parts A and parts B of the book. And this relates to Kannaland, and this is both to the minister and to the HOD. Previously, we had a meeting with Kannaland to discuss the Innovashore project, and it fell across the finance department and economic development. I do know the Provincial Treasury is assisting Kannaland, obviously, with the administrative and financial matters. And today, the 10th of December at 3 o'clock this afternoon, I know that Kannaland's council is having a meeting, and on the agenda point 5.1.1.1 is the Innovashore project as an unsolicited bid, public-private partnership on pages 4 to 121. And this documentation of the council today includes obviously the report of the municipal manager. It informs the council of the progress to date of the project. It informs the council of options available to progress on the project. And it then requests the council later today of Kannaland to resolve on the Innovashore matter. It then goes further, this documentation on page 6, saying that National Treasury confirmed that it has no objection with the intended project, and that was in 2019. It then goes further to say that in May to June 2019, they had a National Treasury meeting on the 1st of June 2020 regarding this matter. They then put out the adverts in local newspapers, the notices and the letters they sent out regarding public participation. And then obviously they reference our meeting that we had with the committee on the 10th of June and the questions we asked, which they responded to. On the 19th of August this year, in the documentation that's before council this afternoon, they indicated that they received a letter from National Treasury advising, and I'm reading the wording from the documentation now, advising that the Triple P will be delayed until National Treasury concerns raised have been addressed. That was August. On the 7th of September, the municipality disagreed with some facts and some matters of law with National Treasury, and refers to that the National Treasury letter relies on conjecture. And that's on page 7 of the documentation, of their documentation. But the municipality also makes a valid point that National Treasury has had insight into the project for more than 17 months. That was to date to March 2019. The documentation then goes further to say that they've not received response from National Treasury or from Provincial Treasury, even though they only refer to the letter to National Treasury. And then they go further on pages 8 and 10 to say that the municipality does not need the National Treasury permission to continue with the project as per the MFMA, and that they do not need to do it as a triple P, and that in terms of the public participation, that Calitzdorp fully supports the initiative. And then they go further on page 12, where they put the draft resolution to the council, asking that they go forward with the project. Now, on our pages of our annual reports that I quoted, it refers to the Western Cape Municipal Financial Recovery Services grant money that we gave to Kannaland. We gave them 4.821 million rand that was transferred on the 30th of September this year. The aim of this grant in our annual report says is for financial governance and financial sustainability. And one of the expected outputs is improvement in supply chain management compliance and regulatory conformance. Part of that grant in the monitoring mechanism, it says, and I'm reading here from our annual report, is to monitor and management of the program, to report progress, to transfer funds, to finalize and agree on business and implementation plan, periodic visits to monitor impact and appropriateness of assistance. And then one of the other pages, page 19, which I've mentioned, it says Provincial Treasury has a responsibility to provide oversight role across the project cycle of triple Ps to determine affordability, value for money, and risk transfer in project development and perform monitoring role. On page 2 that I mentioned, it says the Provincial Treasury must monitor compliance of the MFMA by municipalities and municipal entities. And when you look at the organogram of Provincial Treasury, there are many people who are allocated to local government matters. We have, for example, Mr. Phillips, who's Public Policy Services, Mr. Kenyon, who's Local Government Public Finance, Mr. Johannes, who's acting in the MFMA coordination, Mr. Boyson, who's Local Government Budget Office, Mr. Moelman, who's Local Government Supply Chain Management, Mr. Sulio, who's Local Government Accounting. Now, I don't know about others who's in local government in Provincial Treasury, but those were the ones I was able to pick up. Now, in terms of the mandate of Provincial Treasury and the fact that Provincial Treasury is giving Kannaland money to assist them with the financial management of their municipality, and also the fact that Provincial Treasury and local government together indicated that they're going to try and understand what is going on with this project on the ground, I want to understand what is happening at the moment. Why is National Treasury disagreeing with Kannaland? Why is Kannaland disagreeing with National Treasury? What is the role at the moment of Provincial Treasury in that program, given its commitment with local government to try and find out and also assist municipalities with their procurement systems and their energy programs? Because I am concerned that we're putting the cart before the horse, if I'm getting the saying correct. And then my final question, and I will be done with my questions then after this particular one, on pages, let me just get to it quickly. Apologies for this. Pages 41 to 48. You spoke about Provincial Treasury workshops in the Central Karoo. Now, in the Central Karoo, we have a municipality called Laingsburg. That's my constituency, okay? And Laingsburg has had a number of qualified audits for a number of years now, including this past year, okay? And so one would argue that the opposite of a clean audit is a dirty audit, even though we don't actually use those words. And Laingsburg has about 23 million rand in its bank account. About 18 million rand is like conditional, allocated to specific things that they got money from various places from. And majority of the rest of the money are for things like that they budgeted for, like salaries, electricity, cleaning the offices, stuff like that. But the actual money that Laingsburg had the other month, I think it was 2-3 months ago, for service delivery For example, if a councillor wants to build a sidewalk in their ward, was 300 Rand. I'm not joking. A lot of people thought I was joking when I was telling them this. Was 300 Rand. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the documentation. And I want to know, these workshops that you are holding, because it speaks about procurement, it speaks about financial management, it goes on about budgeting and audits and how to, get your systems in place. What is Provincial Treasury doing to assist Laingsburg municipality to get their policies in place? And I know this will be probably in conjunction with local government, but get their policies in place to root out corruption and to get a clean audit. Because we cannot have municipalities with 300 Rand in their bank account for service delivery. It's not okay. And with that, those are my questions. I know it's quite a bit, but we are here to do oversight, and I'm hoping you are able to assist us with these questions, please. Minister and HOD, I'm going to leave it up to you to allocate the questions accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I wish to comment on 2 questions, and I will then hand over to the HOD and the department to deal with the balance. First, I'll start at the end. First of all, the latest developments which you describe in Kannaland in relation to the Innovasure project are of a concern. As you know, and as the committee knows, Kannaland are currently under a provincial financial recovery plan, and I can assure you and members of the committee that National Treasury and the Provincial Treasury have advised against or have cautioned the municipality in relation to this project. National Treasury have raised concerns about whether the process complied with certain provisions in the MFMA, and in addition to that, Provincial Treasury has raised concerns about whether the project won't compromise the financial recovery of the municipality. So National Treasury and Provincial Treasury have been clear and have cautioned the municipality. But I will ask the department to expand on my reply and provide you with the details, especially the view of National Treasury and of Provincial Treasury. But we will obviously need to look into this matter urgently. The second question is in relation to talent development. I can confirm that there were internal candidates that applied for the HOD position, but there was a very thorough and competitive selection process, and the decision of the panel was unanimous. But that should not be taken to mean that we are not committed to, as it were, growing our own timber and growing our talent pool. But ultimately, building, I think, a strong and independent treasury is certainly going to, over time, take a combination of both internal and external candidates at Provincial Treasury. Chairperson, I'd then like to hand over to the HOD and the team to deal with the, in the first instance, expand on my reply in relation to Kannaland, and then to deal with the balance of the questions.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Minister. Yes, on the Kannaland matter, we are indeed aware of the council meeting that is scheduled for today and the matters that are serving before the council. We are also in the process of making sure that when their council does deliberate on the matter, they are fully appraised of the of both the legal situation and of the views of both the National Treasury and the Provincial Treasury. And we've had sight of the documentation that you are referring to and do not feel that that adequately advises the Council. So we are taking action in the course of today as a Western Cape government. Because we work very closely with the Department of Local Government in both our support and oversight in the municipality. Just to restate, as the Minister said, that the municipality itself is subject to an intervention in terms of the Constitution and Chapter 13 of the MFMA, because it is in financial distress, and the underlying reasons for that financial distress in accordance with the diagnostic are to do with governance and administrative weaknesses that are persisting in the municipality. With respect to the specific InnovaSure transaction, that is an unsolicited bid. Both the National Treasury and the Provincial Treasury have made extensive comments after thorough review and independently of one another on that transaction, and come to similar conclusions, which are not adequately, in our view, reflected in what is being given to Council. In the first matter, I think they have misconstrued the nature of the PPP regulatory process and the status of a Treasury Views and Recommendations 1, or TVR 1, in the process. They've construed that as some sort of generic approval. Secondly, the procedures for unsolicited bids are rightly onerous. And it's our view that they have not adequately demonstrated that in this instance an unsolicited bid is an appropriate way to proceed. The details of in terms of the background of the bid, how it emerged, how it has been transferred effectively between various operators and their relationship with the Council, I think all raise cause for concern in this matter. And then finally, it is by no means clear that this particular project will contribute to the financial sustainability of the municipality. In fact, it may weaken it. And the current framework for risk transfer is, I think, to put it politely, somewhat optimistic. So we have raised these concerns. We were concerned, of course, that the detail of our contributions to the municipality have not been captured or referred to adequately in what's serving before Council. And so we're taking measures as of yesterday, when we became aware of this, to assist in that regard. I should say that our role is obviously a oversight role in terms of the intervention that's currently underway, and should the transaction step outside of the bounds of what the intervention is designed to achieve, then of course the intervention provides certain powers to prevent proceeding in this respect. That is the nature of the sort of intervention that is in place there. However, I think from the Provincial Treasury side, we've also been very clear that we have an enabling role. We would like to assist the local municipality, and we've indicated this in our communication to them. We would like to assist the municipality to find the right model to proceed with its energy security intentions, and we stand ready both as a department and a provincial government to do so. We have not as yet had let me say, constructive response from the municipality in that respect, and we're going to take that matter up with them. Our view is that there is very little point in the municipality trying to force through a transaction of this nature at this point, and it would be well advised to take a step back and look at how it can approach this transaction in a manner that will both be compliant in terms of managing the risks that need to be managed and which the legislation helps to achieve, and constructive in terms of the overall financial sustainability of the municipality over time. We do, with the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, have a municipal energy resilience project. Kanaland is very much seen as one of the municipalities that can and should be benefiting from the support that project offers, and it's on, and we would very much like a constructive discussion to proceed in the light of that overall initiative for the province. The final point that that I would make on this is that well, okay, I can probably, I just wanted to address the point, Chairperson, that you made in terms of who in the Provincial Treasury is dealing with this. As you rightly pointed out, we have a number of perspectives that we bring to bear in initiatives of this nature. And in fact, you mentioned the names of the team that collectively addressed this issue. You did miss out one or two others who were involved, but it's not that we have left this to languish on its own in some dark corner of the Treasury. I have been personally involved in the matter as well, and I can confirm that our preferred mode would be to be able to work constructively with the municipality on an energy security agenda, but for the reasons that I've outlined, both regulatory and substantive, we do not think that this is an appropriate way ahead, and we are going to make sure that we indicate that to the municipality, and we will take further measures if necessary. The member, Honourable van der Westhuizen, you had raised a number of questions that I will try and address. The first in relation to value for money and our supply chain systems. The value for money, I should start out by saying, is something you've got to. It's not an end state. It's something that you've got to keep working at relentlessly in terms of finding value for money. Obviously, technology changes, processes change, the nature of demand changes, and so forth. So it's an ongoing commitment rather than an end state. In the public sector, we have, I think, raised this with the committee before, is that we work in a highly regulated supply chain management environment that has multiple objectives that are often in competition with each other. And our challenge is to find ways to reconcile those, and the approach we take in the Provincial Treasury is to be led very much by both the content and the structure of Section 217 of the Constitution, that enjoins us to effectively find efficiency and value for money alongside transparency and other objectives. The point being that the more objectives that you attach to a procurement transaction, the more you're going to pay for that transaction. Where we do know that our regulatory framework, the national regulatory framework, is relatively weak, is it does not make it, it does not assist us in being able to determine the additional costs that are associated with additional objectives in the system from a purely technical perspective. So as the Provincial Treasury, what we are doing is we have a supply chain management reform strategy. We have briefed the committee on it before. At the heart of that strategy is measures that help to align the objectives through the institution of core technology systems, through commodity-based procurement initiatives, through transparency, and you will have seen in our public procurement disclosure reports that we've been issuing in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. We've started to publish unit cost data and so forth. These all contribute to creating an environment of competition, access to our supply chains by compliant suppliers, competition, and transparency in terms of what the outcome is. And so these are part of the journey of supply chain management reform that leads us towards it keeps us on the journey, the value for money journey. I will ask my colleagues, time permitting, to talk further on this agenda, Ms. Gantana, Mr. Smith, Ms. Abraham, but Chair, be warned, we can speak for at quite some length. This is an area we are all very, very passionate about. With respect to the IFMS, the IFMS is a national government initiative that members will be aware has been relatively extensively delayed. Big technology projects like this, big ICT projects in governments the world over struggle, and there are varying reasons for this. It is indeed supposed to integrate the existing legacy systems of government that you mentioned. We, as the Provincial Treasury, are taking a sort of risk-adjusted approach in terms of the IFMS, where we are continuing to what we call evergreen these legacy systems so that we can continue using them productively. That's often in terms of building additional modules on top of the core databases and so forth. Some initiatives that we've taken more recently, for example, is e-pay slips in terms of the Provincial system. We're looking at a leave module and so forth that help us to and we are also building some of our own additional systems, the e-procurement solution being one of them. But we're wanting to make sure that we stay in lockstep with whatever emerges in the IFMS environment. So while we're taking more of a bottom-up approach, we're trying to keep that complementary to what is emerging as a top-down approach. On the talent and skills issues, I will ask again. I will ask Mr. Smith, I think, to deal with some of those issues. We are repositioning our overall talent management strategy around NSFAS. We don't allow duplication of bursaries for the same purpose, if it's for fees or whatever. And so in some cases, we are essentially outbid. We offer a bursary and then it's declined. And so we do need to adjust our overall talent management strategy, which is a process that Mr. Smith is leading, and it's about integrating our various talent streams and pipelines, both externally and internally. And to make sure that we are enabling. Let me leave it there. Mr. Smith can speak in quite a bit more detail around that. With respect to the question, Honourable van der Westhuizen, and on the Gambling and Racing Board, that the transfer of the entity to DDAT is currently not under consideration. Member in Kondlo, the questions on the Program 2 performance indicators. Spending performance, I think, in Program 2 has been an issue, but it hasn't importantly affected our outcomes in terms of the non-financial, the financial targets. I will ask Dr. Haverman and the team, I think particularly Mr. Phillips, to speak to that issue. with respect to your question on engagements with municipalities, yes, these are extensively related to engagements with municipalities. We engage with our municipalities through an integrated process within the budget cycle, and as part of the JDMA process, which consist of strategic integrated municipal engagements and then technical integrated municipal engagements, what we call the SIME and the TIME processes. In addition to that, we do offer in bespoke areas, and I mentioned the consistency workshops as one of them. We offer bespoke training and support to municipalities where we aggregate them together. We bring them all together into a learning and dialogue environment around particular issues, and those issues are typically identified out of the SIME and the TIME processes, whether they're strategic or more technical in nature. We do ask that those reports, the technical reports that are prepared, are tabled in the municipal councils. These are their budgets and their plans, and we feel it appropriate that it is part of local governance, that the information is shared. But my colleagues can again speak to that in a little bit more detail, just to ensure integration and collaboration in the department on the overall annual process. We actually each branch takes a turn in managing the SIME process and the TIME process, and they can speak to, for example, the question you raised on SDBIP compliance issues. The Honourable Nkondlo, with respect to the district development model and the JDMA and potential competition between the two, I think we're very proud in the province that, in fact, the JDMA is an articulation of the district development model, and we're quite far ahead relative to the rest of the country because we started quite a bit earlier. We started a number of years ago in saying, well, how do we leverage the contribution of our district municipalities to both assist in collaborative action at the local government level, but also to facilitate and enable improved overall service delivery outcomes with provincial government as well. So it's got both process, the JDMA approach has both process and content related dimensions. It's not at this point a financing vehicle. It could potentially evolve into a financing vehicle that would be that could conceivably be in certain districts an appropriate development, but it hasn't done it. It's not at that level of maturity at this stage. I would emphasize, however, that I do not see an inconsistency between the district development model and the JDMA at all at this point. I think what it is just that we have a name for the district development model in the Western Cape and are very committed to that. And we do know that the National Department of Cooperative Governance does look at the learnings, the successes, the challenges that we have in our JDMA approach and shares those with other parts of the country that are trying to follow the broader district development model as a whole. And finally, thank you very much for the complimentary comments with respect to the Mero. We're really proud of both the publications. They are unique in the South African environment, but we're also really excited by how much further we can take them. This year, for example, we have changed the contracting of service providers that support us in developing the Pero and the Mero, and we brought a lot more of the content in-house. And if you look at the latest Mero, you'll see some of the effects of that, where our teams have deeply engaged, our provincial treasury teams have deeply engaged the material and have actually, written parts of it and so forth. So a very complementary relationship between the service providers and our staff, where we don't need to keep a standing capacity, but we can rather contract in for some of the work. But the overall development of the product is very, very firmly owned by the responsible teams. So I'm sure, I know some of them are listening, and I'm sure they'll be very grateful for your compliments in this respect. Is it having an impact? Absolutely. We do feel it's having an impact. We're just finishing the dissemination of the activities around the Mero, the municipal one, which we've done at a district level. We've got extremely complimentary feedback. We are currently in the process of doing an impact survey at a qualitative level, but we do see the results of this showing up in municipal IDPs, and a lot of the comments that we received was just that this data and analysis just not available elsewhere for municipalities and departments. I do agree, if I may skip over to Honourable Bartman's comments, that there are issues related with the timing. It is less of a direct challenge in the municipal space because of the quarter difference in the municipal financial year. But I think with the Pero and the Mero, more challenging for our provincial government departments. We are re-looking at the timing. The problem is that our budget process is quite congested. In other words, we as the provincial treasury don't keep standing. It's not that the Mero and the Pero teams are idle for the rest of the year. They have a lot of other things to do that are also very timely, time circumscribed. So, other than being able to go, other than contracting in, getting more consultants to do it, and outsourcing it entirely, which we don't want to do, we are limited in terms of timing. But the question you raised was a question that we are completely alert to. And we know as we are outlining the budget process again for the next financial year, we are seeing that timing. We're going to see what we can do to pull the timing forward, because we think that it can have a greater impact in the overall budget process, and we really want to see that. We want to see that happen. Honourable Bartman, again, thank you for your kind words to the department. It's really much appreciated when all of the members give us positive feedback. I think that this particularly has been an exhausting, tiring, and often concerning year, and so to get feedback from our oversight body, I think, is inspiring for us as the department, and I don't want to let those kind words go unremarked from our side. I know that the team deeply appreciates that, and that acknowledgement of the long hours that they put into continually improving things. You asked the question, do we track the impact of our documents online? And I think it's a great question. I think this is one of the areas we have discussed that the answer is not enough. And the feedback loops are just too slow and broad. I think it is, of course, very, very possible, and it is an issue that at a corporate level needs to be taken up with the Centre for E-Innovation. They have the technical capacity to do that, but as you rightly mentioned, we are in the Provincial Treasury, we have some very capable staff members as well, who are constantly experimenting in this environment. And certainly digitization is a key part of our strategy going forward, and key part of digitization is being able to tell impact as well. So we are going to take it up. We have taken it up on a case-by-case basis with CEI, but I can't say to you right now that we are effectively tracking impact. In the case of the Narrow, that's precisely why we're doing a survey, a qualitative survey of the utility of the documents, the impact of the documents as well, because those kind of online tools are not adequate, but they clearly have huge application in the Treasury environment. With respect to the walk-in queries, our supply chains are maybe slightly ambitious to want our number of queries to reduce over time, although I fully understand the logic of what you're laying out. Public sector supply chains are very complicated, and there are significant compliance requirements that are daunting to particularly small suppliers. And our commitment is to work with each and every one of them to handhold them through the system. And I've even done that personally. But we have a team that is involved, that manages this. The walk-in center, the anecdotal feedback that I've got when I talk to individual suppliers is that it's been incredibly helpful for them to have a real person, not on an email, but in person, with a name, with a face, to reach to help them solve problems that they're really struggling with. I will ask our asset management team to talk a little bit more around the center. Your question on the turnover rate and our talent management strategy, I think Mr. Smith can address your question related to page 15 about money returned from the municipality because MOAs are not signed. I think that is something that sorry, I don't have the document open, but I think that is Ms. Gantana's team that can respond on the specific issues there. Otherwise, Mr. Kenyon can pick that up. On page 32, I've addressed that question. Your question, the Kanaland question, I've addressed, and I think we can ask Mr. Hadin to talk to the question on Lanesburg, other than to say that we are fully aware that the municipality is a vulnerable municipality. And we do both monitor its status on an ongoing basis, including its liquidity positions and so forth. We have undertaken assessments. We do work with the municipality on trying to work out some of their cash flow issues and so forth. I think Mr. Boyson might want to, or Mr. Phillips might want to add in that respect. As well. So let me, with your permission, Chairperson, just hand over firstly to Ms. Gantana and her team, and then I will hand over to Mr. Harvum and his team to fill in on some of the Program 2 issues and contributions that I didn't quite catch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savage. Before your team answers, I saw Mr. Smith had a hand up. Is that a point of order, Mr. Smith? Okay, if none, then you may continue. Thank you.
Ms. Gantana, can I ask you to jump in at this point?
Thank you, and good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm not sure because I think the head of the department answered quite a number of questions, and if not all, but I'm going to start with the question around value for money, and not to repeat what has been said. And I think agreed with what the head of the department has indicated. I think one needs to be mindful that the issue around value for money is not just about achieving the lowest price, but it is about getting the right quality in the right quantity at the right time from the right supplier at the right price. So it's all of these factors combined. And I think it's not just the one issue. There's a number of things that we're doing from a governance point of view that would ensure us being satisfied that we are getting a value for money in the supply chain. I think also the fact that we are getting our audit status at this point in time. There's is also an indication of that. Then in addition, I mean, we do have, and the supply chain team can come in here to add, we also do have our supplier evidence bank. So when we're talking about the support to the industry, and from a governance perspective, we do assessments on some of these transactions and provide additional support. I think the way our response to the COVID pandemic, the response in terms of the benchmark prices from the National Treasury, all of those things indicate that we as a Western Cape government can be fairly comfortable that we do get a value for money in terms of the our purchase and our purchase power. Then I think the other issue that I would have come in on is the issue, I think, around the return of the funding. I'm not sure. Because I think we need to just put it put it within a particular time frame, and I know that we were busy with a grant review process, and I trust that when Mr. Phillips speaks to those issues, we will be able to shed some more light on it. But unless at this point in time I don't have the specific detail in terms of why that particular one was returned or not signed but by the Provincial Treasury. I think the issue around the public participation, I think also the HOD already responded to that, but just from where we want to go in terms of the time process is to combine the IDP with the time process. So I think there's a broader acknowledgement even within a PSP space that from a Western Cape government point of view, there's room, although a lot has been done, there's room for improvement in terms of the public participation process, specifically perhaps from a JDMA point of view, as well as from a budgetary point of view. And I think that is acknowledged. And the current conversation is about how we then actually improve on those things. It doesn't mean that there is nothing in place. It's just that there is an acknowledgement that it can be, that there is room for improvement. So I think there were a couple of issues that the team can respond to. So I'm first going to give over to, I think a whole of it, a bulk of it is on asset management. So I'm going to just ask Isaac and Nadia, and I think Rodney is also with us to come in on a couple of issues. Isaac?
Thank you, Jalinda, and good morning to Chair and the members. I just want to maybe give a bit of additional information to the whole issue of value for. I think Member van der Westhuizen have asked this question previously on particular the bond paper, and I want to touch on that. But maybe just to give an indication to the committee is that if we talk about the value of money, we're talking in our context in terms of pricing, but also the socio-economic objectives that we have to ensure that we implement. And then, of course, it depends on our procurement strategy. Now, as a province, since the inception of the PFMA, we've always indicated that, if you look at pricing per se, it is directly correlates to your level of competition, and the HOT have referred to that. Hence, within the province, we've never really implemented a three-quote system. We believe since then that we need to ensure that, our opportunities are made available as wide as possible to encourage that competition. And through that competition, you drive down prices. So just to indicate to the committee, that is a policy that we've implemented and we stand by it since 2003. And you could see the result, and Zelinda have referred to that, even in terms of our PPP purchases. There were quite a number of cases that, that our prices were lower than the benchmarking prices. In fact, if it was not for the benchmarking prices of national, our prices would have even been much lower. So I think that is important, just to give the confidence to the committee that we have put certain strategies in place to ensure that, that the prices that we pay are market related. Now, of course, if we look at a three-quote system, our biggest concern with that was the risk in terms of getting only three service providers, whilst at this particular point in time, through the implementation of our e-procurement system, we get a multiple layer of suppliers which provide prices to us. Secondly, just on the bond paper issue is a couple of years ago within the provincial government, we had to decide to source directly from SAPI and Mondi, which was at that point in time the main suppliers of bond paper. But we also had to look at to what extent are we going to promote small and medium businesses. Hence, also, ensuring that we drive our e-procurement system so that we can, as many as possible small business register on our database, that they can get these opportunities. Of course, it means that we will pay more than if we have negotiated the price with SAPI and Mondi. But that is the premium that you pay for some of your empowerment initiatives. At this particular point in time, we're quite comfortable that our approach and our strategy keeps prices lower than if it was less competition. And that is also something that we will keep on pursuing. On the issue of the walk-in center, I'm going to ask Nadia to respond to that, but I just want to respond to the talent management strategy. Recently, what we've done, we had different projects within the provincial treasury that focus on capacity building and training and bursaries. So we've since last year have put a talent management strategy together that focus on our own personnel, on outside bursars, which include, of course, the NetBank project, which is run together with education and NetBank. But we've also looked in terms of our investment within the bursar scheme and the contract workers as far as municipalities and departments are concerned. And also in terms of providing opportunities to municipalities to tap into our capacity building grant. So as you can see that we've got now a comprehensive strategy focusing on internal staff, but also in terms of our responsibility towards our clients, the municipalities and departments. The issue of the NSFAS bursary came up. I think that was last year. And what we've done, we've re-looked at our bursary policy, because when we put that bursary policy in place, NetFAS was not on the table at that particular point in time. And one thing that we've discussed in terms of, the fact that bursars might also get bursaries from other institutions like NetFAS. So we've made sure that if they do get bursaries, that it doesn't cover the areas that we cover. To a large extent, we cover the cost of the education and sometimes the textbooks, but not necessary accommodation. So there are instances that we've got bursars that have got the NSFAS, but only as far as accommodation is concerned. So we've got also a process in place that we manage that particular process, because we're fully aware that that might be a possibility, and hence, we need to make sure from the provincial treasury side that where bursaries also get other bursaries, that it doesn't cover the area that we cover. It should be complementing or in additional to what we're paying at this particular point in time. So Nadia, maybe just on the walk-in center.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to members and committee members as well as colleagues. Member Honourable Bartman, that is an excellent question, actually. Logic would actually dictate that if we're doing our work well, we should drop in the number of queries. But just to give context of what the help desk and the client's center does, it is just not problem areas that we look at, it's also support. So when a supplier comes in where the reference was made to walk-ins, it's about registration, it's about taking them through a walk through the system, particularly in the last financial year where we took the supplier database in-house. Most of our suppliers, particularly the smaller companies, don't necessarily have the tech savvy. So depending on where you are in time and space in supply chain, you would have different influxes. So at a particular point in time where we kind of implementing a new system, the natural flow would be there'll be a heightened ask on the officials to actually give that support, because it's something new and suppliers need to come in and ask and be supported on that. The help desk also supports departments and municipalities, and I think over the years, for me, when we don't get queries, I think from our departments and municipalities, it's more concerning when they're left on their own, and then you find a lot of these things end up in audit issues and audit outcomes. For us, I think instrumental in improving the audit outcomes, particularly in the provincial and municipal space, is the level at which our officials in the supply chain actually engage the provincial treasury in terms of assisting them with governance procedures and practices and safeguarding in terms of the internal control environment. So for us, in those instances where there is a heightened level of engagement on the help desk, we encourage that. I think as we go through the help desk, we kind of look at building in efficiencies, and that comes through with where we look at frequently asked questions, we update our policies, we update our tools and templates that support the SEM environment. It also dictates improvements on the system and certain efficiencies that will be required. For example, within the COVID-19, we kind of automated a number of things. We extended and allowed for electronic acceptance of documentation. However, we still need to straddle the burden of the audit outcomes, because you still require the original documentation in that stage. So we will preempt post-August, when lockdown levels were relaxed, that suppliers are going to come in faster into the center for actually giving or handing over the original documentation that they would have electronically submitted. So it is those little nuances within the supply chain environment that will actually dictate, and we have different success factors that we kind of monitor on a quarterly basis and reflect on efficiency gains and whether or not the client center or the client focused initiatives are actually working as we intend them to be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see Honourable Ms. Quintana's hand is up. Ms. Quintana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give Aziz an opportunity to weigh in on the grant issue, if with your permission.
That's fine. Thank you. You may continue.
Thanks.
Thank you, members. Over the last number of years, we have given money on a conditional basis to support the rollout of MSCOA within all 30 municipalities. So in any system, there has to be a fairness of evaluating what the money has been used for. Because National Treasury was clear that they were not going to give municipalities money for the implementation of MSCOA. But as a PT, we had realized that for change management to be effective,
we needed to make an investment in the municipalities because already they have to find money to pay for the systems changes. And we offered to pay for certain expenditure inclusive of training. Now, most of the municipalities, all of them having signed the MOA, not all of them could provide evidence for what they had used the money. And specifically, there were 5 municipalities where, from the total grant that we had given them, they weren't able to tell us what they were using the money for. And for that reason, we had to claw back the MSCOA grants. The 5 municipalities is on page 114 of our annual report. And we had insufficient time communicated with these municipalities. So also, any grants that the Provincial Treasury gives, it goes through a rigorous external and internal audit. So even though we may be feeling sorry for these municipalities, they still have to provide evidence for what the money has been used for. And on that basis, we had to claw back the 5 grants to those municipalities. That is on the MSCOA grant. When it comes to the additional support that we're giving specifically to Laingsburg, now in the Western Cape, there are only 2 municipalities that are qualified. So in this current year, we had written specifically to Laingsburg and to Beaufort West. And we've also written to Knysna subsequently to essentially ratchet up the type of support that we give to those municipalities during the audit process. We've asked them specifically to inform us of all of the audit steering committee meetings and to send us each and every of the COMAFs. Now, it is a municipality's responsibility to respond to those COMAFs timelessly. But when there isn't sufficient feet on the ground, Provincial Treasury has committed to support those municipalities, especially the CFOs, in vetting the type of responses that they give to the Auditor General, and where PT can support additionally, we will support the municipality in the actual audit steering committee meeting. This is but one of the supports that we're giving to Laingsburg. We've also requested their financial statements before submission to the Auditor General. We actually vetted their financial statements. And then what we also have done is we've supplied them with a unpacking of all of the financial statement, the management report issues, so that they don't have repeat findings. But the issue at Laingsburg and Beaufort West is a capacity issue. So the only thing that we can do from a PT perspective is ensure that on a weekly basis, we keep in touch with the CFO and we keep track of what's happening on the ground. I can tell the committee we're sitting at about week 11 into the audit process, and no issues has been raised from any of these municipalities yet. And it is something that is on a weekly basis that we are following up with the municipality. So from a PT perspective, not just to Laingsburg, Beaufort and to Knysna, but for all 28 delegated municipalities, we are ratcheting up the support so that, again, we deal with the good governance across all of our municipalities. Thank you, members.
Thank you. Are there any other officials that still need to answer questions?
Chairperson,
Yes.
I think it was just from program 2, there were 1 or 2 outstanding issues that Mr. Phillips may want to come in on.
Thanks, members, for the questions. I'd like maybe just start off by saying, look, within program 2, there are functions that are performed both in provincial departments as well as local government. In the provincial sphere, it's actually about giving effect to the priorities of the provincial government, for which to some extent, actually, there's almost a direct correlation and influencing actually the allocation process actually at the local government level. So from that perspective, actually, we also involved with the SDBUPs, the IDPs, and your question initially was around the timing of the publications, basically, and how that actually impacts actually on departments as well as municipalities. I think the HOD actually raised the issue around the disaggregation of information at a provincial level, and then also at a local level actually is actually not existent basically in the country. So therefore, we really rely on service providers. And in the past, we had a single source bid actually to the BER to provide their modeling that actually provides for the disaggregation across the provincial sphere, but also on the local government sphere. And I think that's actually the basis for the partnership actually that we have with a service provider this year and this last year as well. We've actually gone out to the open market. We've sourced different providers, given the fact that in the case our single provider, which was the BER, were actually inundated actually with requests to do certain tasks for them, and therefore they could not actually do the inputs into the provincial economic review and outlook as well. So in this case, actually, the reliance then on the open market actually brought about a better price, and that's actually one of the reasons for some of the savings actually in program 2. In addition to that, there's also been a number of vacancies through basically unfilled posts, but also through staff actually getting promotional posts actually within the province and outside of the province as well, and that actually contributed actually to the underspending in the vote. The question on the SDBUPs and what might be wrong, Malcolm just can come in on that, but I think the last question that I just want to respond to was around the grant review process. We were asked actually by the committee actually to consider all these multiple grants to municipalities and its impact. And we've actually initiated a grant review actually of all the provincial grants or the transfers from provincial government to municipalities to understand the impact, as well as to understand actually, how we can actually restructure the grants to give an improved impact. And then the HOD says actually, as part of the process, actually, we actually involved with both the planning documents, which is your IDP, SDBUPs, but we're also focusing on actually monitoring the cash and liquidity of municipalities to ensure that we have some sense of early warning whether there's going to be some of the municipalities that are going to be having challenges. In this regard, we have also developed some form of index actually that looked at the vulnerability that will give us an early indication actually whether we would have municipalities actually that would have a particular challenge. Chairperson, basically, so the underspending is to a large extent tied to unfilled posts, but also noting actually that when there's unfilled posts and there are still deliverables, actually what we found actually in the organization, actually we overload staff, the existing staff actually to still deliver on the mandate, given that many of the deliverables actually that's in those particular tables are legislated, and therefore it's actually irrespective of whether you have the staff or not, actually you will still have to find a mechanism of delivering on that. Malcolm will just maybe raise the issue around the SDBUPs and what we are doing about it, because SDBUP actually in layman's terms is equivalent to an annual performance plan actually of a provincial department. So therefore the link between the strategic objectives and the delivery basically arm of that and reporting against those are quite crucial, as well as actually the timelines. But Malcolm can just come on that one, please, Malcolm.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, certainly hear you.
Right. So thank you, Chairperson. We do assess the SDBUPs, which is the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plans of municipalities on an annual basis. And that forms part of our work related to the overall accountability cycle of municipalities. So overall, we assess the annual budgets, the SDBUPs, and then the quarterly reports of municipalities, including the mid-year reports, and then we end off with the annual reports. So the SDBUPs assessment should not be seen in isolation of the entire process. But I think just to reflect on the SDBUPs, we have seen a progressive improvements on the SDBUPs, and I think that also contributed to the overall improvement of municipalities' outcomes with respect to predetermined objectives in terms of the audits thereof. So there may be issues with regards to compliance, the timing, and making public of those documents. We're looking at the components of the SDPIPs. There's 5 components in the SDPIPs, and then we're looking also at the performance, which is the component 3 of the SDPIPs, and that feed into the quarterly reports and the mid-year reports of the municipalities. So as I said, there has been a progressive improvement in the SDPIPs of municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyson. Were we able to cover all of the answers from the officials? Is there anyone else left to answer?
I think that's it, Chairperson.
Okay, perfect. Members, I'm going to now allow for follow-up questions or new questions if you have a question. Honorable van der Westhuizen, is there anyone else? Honorable Nkondlo. Okay, if those, then in that order, you may ask your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to come back to my question on the Western Cape Gambling Board's placement within the province. What the HOD responded was that this is not currently on the table. They're not discussing this. But that was not my question. My question was, don't you believe that this board and the reporting of this board is more in line with that of economic opportunities than of a treasury that is responsible for things like revenue collection, the drafting of budgets, and now we've seen oversight over municipalities, etc. And that has been my question, Chair, and I would appreciate it if I could get a response to that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo.
No, thank you, Chair. And also, I think the questions that I did raise, I didn't get sufficient answers. I think on the SDPIPs, one of the things I was asking is whether those reviews that are indicated there, are the reports made public? And I think I also asked about the other engagements with the municipalities that gets to be done, you know, both in terms, I think I referred to the MTech and the others that are written there. So that was not answered because I was not asking about the processes themselves in terms of the response, because the response was more explaining the process. But let me also include my new questions for this round, Chair, so that I don't have to come back and ask further questions. I think in my questions I asked in program 2 and the responses that I got from the HOD and the other colleagues, perhaps one, and maybe it's a comment I would want the department to make, whether, you know, at this point, you know, when we talk about what is the targets of the department, what is the subsequent output of why those activities or those targets are placed. I think one from where I'm sitting is always interested in the correlation between that particular target and what it seeks to achieve. And I think I'm struggling, and I think this is not only for this particular department. I think it's one of my own observations with all the other departments that I sit in, that there still is a long road in departments' alignment, you know, when they report about what it is that they are doing as activities versus the rationale or the reason, which is the output of why they're doing that. And I'm raising this, Chair, because I think as it has been indicated here, that if one talks about the almost 100% performance, you know, of the infrastructure, and just want to use the infrastructure related targets. And I think also in program 4, I think that is those targets in terms of performance indicators are there, you know. But once, if one then using the analogy I'm making, if one then goes to those particular municipalities, if one goes to the annual report of the Department of Local Government, the annual report of Public Works and Transport, I think, which said, I think on Monday, if not Tuesday, I mean, you find there that, you know, this relationship is not necessarily showing, you know, some kind of harmony. So I think for me, that is my challenge in terms of this particular system, because yes, you know, somebody may do a particular activity here for an intention of a particular outcome, and it is important to always correlate that particular outcome with the activity. And I think the colleague mentioned the issue of SCOA grants in page 114. And if you consider that yes, the money has been transferred, which is the role of the provincial treasury to transfer that money to that particular municipality, but some of these municipalities, based on non-compliance, it means those particular monies, you know, would have to be upheld. And when one again was reading, you know, some of the grants that were transferred by Treasury to most of the municipalities, others, I mean, were actually not spent. It's zero on some of those municipalities in terms of spending the money that was given. You know, so for me, this is actually the challenge that one gets to see, that you then transfer the money. So from where we're sitting, we must then say, yes, we tick the box. You did your job of ensuring that the money gets to be transferred, but for the purpose, which is what I think when we look even in the write-up, that this grant, there is a particular purpose why it is being transferred. It is not just being transferred for its own sake. And therefore, if we are gonna then, you know, consider the performance of the department, we have to ensure both, yes, the fact that the money was transferred, but if whether the output, which is the intention of why the money was transferred for, whether that has been achieved. And I think it's an issue that I really would like the department to just give their own insight on this particular matter, you know, including, I think, the issue of the reporting times, because I see, for, as an example, in some, the time, including, I think, the issue that the chairperson was raising about Canaland, that Canaland received the money, but in terms of the reporting, I think it's 31st July, which goes outside of this annual reporting period. So how do we then make a consideration whether that money has done in this particular financial year? Because the money, yes, was transferred during this particular financial year that we are engaging now, but its a report will have to wait, which is exactly the actual intention of the money. Then the other issue in line with that, Chair, is that including on the underspending on COE, which some of the monies have to be returned to the revenue fund. Well, actually, I think recently the chair, including the minister, was dealing with this issue of the court case between DPSA and unions about this problem, you know, of spending and what the unions are asking. And for me, it is a concern that we continue to underspend on COE because vacancies are not filled and all of that. But what is also concerning in this regard, which I want a guidance on in the response, is that some of, when I considered, when one was reading, most of the underspending, you know, especially in some of these grants, you would then find a note that says, you know, the municipality will then request rollover, you know, of this money. So what is exactly the rollover policy? Because are these reasons for the money not being spent justifiable? Because, for example, in some, you find that the money was transferred, you know, either in the first or the second quarter of the financial year, and then you find a municipality saying that they could not spend the money because of lockdown, and lockdown that only, I think, started towards the tail end of the financial year. So what is the rollover policy saying around these things, you know, in terms of what should be, you know, some of those conditions prescribed for for those that are supposed to be spending money, so that they don't just willy-nilly, delay spending the money, knowing that they will ask for rollovers in terms of this money. Then my other question, Chair, is on the procurement, and I'm happy I had some of the answers. My questions here in terms of the procurement, because I heard that the SEB, which is what now the department has done, is, if I'm correct, I think on page 3031, is it the same thing as your normal supplier database? Is there something different about the SEB from what the department used to have? And also in terms of procurement itself, I just want to understand, in the supplier open days, how many were hosted in this financial year? What were the number of attendees, especially of the SMMEs? And do we have a tool that we are able to track whether, once again, the intention of these suppliers is to ensure that, SMMEs with their questions, they understand, the requirements of public procurement, so that they can be able to participate. So do we have a tool that is going to help us to say that over 8,000, if for this year we saw 8,000 through these open days, actually we start seeing those numbers or improvement in terms of them registering. So I'm just trying to understand that whether indeed the value for money in as far as this is concerned. Then my other question, Chair, in terms of procurement, is that with the procurement bill on page 77, the comment, did the provincial treasury made comments to the procurement bill process of National Treasury, and if so, can those be shared with us? And on page 78, in relation to the delegation regarding the long-standing irregular expenditure, are there any plans by Provincial Treasury to deal with the irregular expenditures in the municipalities in the province, including the city of Cape Town, which has been amongst those that has been major culprits as part of the metros in the country in terms of long-standing irregular expenditure? So I just want to understand whether that delegation that has now been given, to the Provincial Treasury, will it be utilized, and for what exactly is the plans there? Then on public-private partnership, on page 28, Chairperson, on triple Ps, there are, I think, about 3 triple Ps that are reported. One, I would like to understand that on these triple Ps, I think the last conversation we had with the HOD, I think it was indicating that there is a review of the triple P framework. I think from National Treasury and provinces are making inputs, any progress in that regard, but specifically on the 3 projects, the one that already has been concluded. Is there a closeout report of that triple P, and can that be shared? And the one that has got that is actually 30 years, and there is an extension of 15 years. Can we be told who are these private partners, and for what are these specific projects? I see one is on with the Department of Health and another department. My last one, Chair, if I'm allowed, is on infrastructure. On infrastructure, on page 25, there is this infrastructure booklet that I think the HOD was referring to. I just want to check, and I see that there is even an infrastructure directorate in the provincial treasury. Perhaps I might have missed it. I don't know. Is it a new directorate, or it has been there? And I think perhaps would need, if it was not shared, and if it was shared and I missed it, my apologies. I think I would be interested to get the copy of the infrastructure booklet, for one, to just see what are some of the issues that we are looking at, especially given our economic recovery plan is centered around infrastructure-led growth. And I think, one, with the participation in the Public Works Standing Committee, and some of the challenges there, including some of the issues in the municipality. I think we asked the HOD of Public Works about capacity, of spending, capacity of actually overseeing infrastructure project in municipality and spending in those. I mean, there were obviously her own views about some of those challenges. So what I want to understand in terms of this particular booklet and the work that is done from a treasury point of view, or from a financing point of view, I'm interested to know that the Premier actually spoke to us, and I know it's not in this particular financial year that we are referring to now, but spoke about an infrastructure agency, some mechanism. Is this work of coordination actually linked to that? And is this infrastructure directorate we are referring to actually contributing into that work of consolidating and actually looking at some of the challenges? And one prime challenge I would want to actually bring to the fore here is one of the problems that I think was raised by Public Works, where you find a situation where some of the corporates are overstretched and they actually have cash flow problems to continue with the project, then actually bringing risk. And the HOD of Public Works even raised this thing that the risk was actually between 1 to 2%. It has increased now to almost 6 to 7%. And from a financing of infrastructure point of view, for me, this becomes a serious challenge if indeed we're going to have a situation where, I mean, the big, and I'm using here construction related, big construction companies, which becomes overstretched, you know, in the projects, and which they've already taken. And by the time, you know, they implement the projects, they are either on business rescue or they are liquidated, and therefore that impacts. Have these issues actually been engaged by Provincial Treasury? And I'm raising them in particular from an infrastructure financing point of view. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkondlo. And then I'll just add mine quickly. Most of mine are possible solutions. I don't have all the answers in the world. I don't think any of us do, but perhaps these are for consideration, both for the minister, the officials, and some of them I think I'll need to put to the members later as well. A follow-up regarding the Kanaland matter. I have now, during the meeting, also from a colleague on the ground, received a letter that was sent by the Minister of Local Government, Minister Bredell, a letter of demand to cessate. And part of that letter regarding the Nova Shore matter, in paragraph 4.1 on page 2, and then it goes on, and it's a 7-page document that was sent to Kanaland municipality to instruct the municipal manager to not sign the energy security management and administration agreement with the Nova Shore, to instruct the municipal manager to not conclude the appointment of the relevant transaction advisors or obtain further legal advice aimed at ensuring that the contracts contain the desirable principles of the program, and then some of the matters were quoted, to seize and terminate appointment of transaction advisors and legal advisors in relation thereto to the extent that such appointments have been made, to instruct the administrative leadership of the municipality to request in the spirit of cooperative governance, National Treasury and the Western Cape government to, and then it goes to a next subsection, to embark on a process of consultation to obtain consensus on the legality of the process followed with this unsolicited bid, advise the municipality and reach a collective viewpoint on how best to initiate and finance catalytic projects to meet the development needs of the municipality and the community it serves, obtain an unbiased and objective opinion on the benefits of the project for the municipality to minimize and mitigate potential financial risks. And then it goes on to reference resolutions and legislation and then it goes on, and I'm just reading a part. Now, obviously, because I received the documentation of the council resolution as well as the letter from the ground, I would like to request the Provincial Treasury, and we can also ask local government for the actual documentation to be sent to us officially, please, because I would like all of the members of this committee to see the resolution that is aimed for this afternoon. I would also like them to see the document sent by local government, and all other documentation we've already received from different departments we have already sent to various members. So I feel it is urgent that we receive this information, and it is urgent that from Provincial Treasury and local government, and I know local government is not part of this committee, but that we receive assurance that we will be receiving feedback. We have indicated previously that the Kanaland matter is not a sprint, it is a marathon, and we need to keep ensuring that we monitor the situation. And I think now that we've previously received a briefing from Kanaland, that later I would like to put it to members that we then receive a specific briefing from Provincial Treasury and National Treasury regarding the legal and factual concerns they had from the project. And that perhaps what we need to do is to then return to Kanaland, because previously when we were in Kanaland, we found out about this project when we were busy with something else. So perhaps the answer is we must go back to Kanaland, and then when we go to Kanaland, we invite local government as well to go to Kanaland, because clearly there is no consensus regarding the factual matter of this project as well as the legality of this project. And we need to understand and to have clarity regarding these matters, because it cannot be that we give money to a municipality for financial sustainability and for financial recovery, that we administer a municipality and that it is our role to administer, but we do not have constructive conversations, as was mentioned previously. So I think I will put that to members to consider as a resolution later. Then I have a suggestion for the department, and I think this is actually more a suggestion that I think the minister needs to consider before it goes to officials. Regarding the walk-ins, so now what we've heard is it seems that with the statistics that both the support that you provide to small business and the problematic queries, like when they have red tape problems, when you're trying to take an obstacle out of someone's way, it seems that those statistics are being combined, obviously, for the walk-in queries. So my suggestion is to consider whether one should not separate those statistics so that we understand what the walk-in queries are assisting with in terms of general support and what walk-in queries are assisting in terms of problem areas and obstacles that have been identified. But also, I understand that it is difficult to say, let's decrease the number of walk-ins on average per hour, because it was indicated to us that sometimes when you don't get queries, you actually get more worried about what's happening on the ground. But my general view when it comes to the creation of policy and program and even legislation is that programs are supposed to capacitate. It is not supposed to be just generally intervene. That shouldn't be the point of departure. And similar with legislation, the point of departure with legislation should be to provide incentives and to capacitate and to open the field, to open the pathway for people, and to not generally punish. And I would like the minister to consider coming up with a plan on how do we decrease walk-in queries without compromising on capacitating small businesses when it comes to support, and without hindering the support we give to local government and our departments. And again, I don't have the answers, and maybe I am wrong. Maybe there is a solution that I've not thought about, or maybe I'm wrong in terms of the approach that needs to be taken. But if it can be taken into consideration, that program being looked at and identify specific problems that can be addressed. And perhaps if you can say to us, okay, it's going to take us 2 months or 3 months to come up with such and to report back on such matter, that would be appreciated. And then finally, regarding the fact that you have indicated to Laingsburg and Beaufort West and Knysna that you can give assistance to them, and you've been struggling with getting the particular matters from the municipalities. And I think we need to include Beaufort West and Knysna in our concerns, because this has now been brought up by Provincial Treasury. It's not just Laingsburg. And you've indicated you've asked for weekly issues to be raised, but you don't necessarily get the respective matters. And my recommendation, and perhaps this is also something that I need to recommend to the members later as a resolution, is that when you request the weekly issues from these 3 municipalities specifically, as you have raised, And when you indicate to these municipalities the processes or the mechanisms that can be used to address the issues, that perhaps instead of weekly, on a monthly basis to our committee, that you please just submit a report on what were the weekly issues and how have Provincial Treasury indicated or assisted with addressing these issues to these 3 municipalities when it comes to finances and cash flow and budgeting and liquidity. And so instead of sending to the committee on a weekly basis, because I know that something like that can be quite onerous in terms of reporting, that perhaps those 4 weekly timelines that Provincial Treasury then deals with those municipalities, that we then get a monthly report on such a matter. Because I do think that when the municipality is in a vulnerable situation, that we need to keep the eye on the ball on those municipalities, because otherwise we're going to come in the end of the year, and next year, the end of the year, we're going to ask ourselves again, what could we have done throughout the year to have ensured that we monitor this on a more continuous basis? And I almost forgot to add, and this is not specifically for Provincial Treasury, but also related to the walk-ins as a recommendation, and I'll put this to the members later as well, that perhaps now that we've heard that in terms of the procurement system, because we've also had a briefing on procurement previously, that we must invite National as well as the Auditor General, because they want original documents. But we are trying to move to an e-system and digital systems within our province, and we are putting a lot of money behind e-innovation. So perhaps they need to come and explain to us, what are they going to do to assist businesses and entrepreneurs in terms of procurement to submit their documentation digitally, so that in 2-3 months' time, they don't necessarily need to drive to the department to submit those documents in original formats. Because internationally, in terms of best practice, there are many apps privately and publicly where people are able to submit sufficient and appropriate and reliable evidence of what they are doing and what their documentation is, without having to drive 3-4 hours to the department, without having to deal with fax machines, in order to ensure that they are able to also be part of the system. Thank you so much. Minister and HOD, I will allow you to allocate the questions accordingly.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the question of Kannaland, certainly, I mean, if I recall correctly, the PT, I think supported by DDAT, has briefed the committee on the Kannaland matter, and certainly, I mean, we would welcome the opportunity to update the committee and to share the relevant documents with the committee in relation to the Innovasure matter in Kannaland. And then certainly, as far as your 2 other proposals, the one in relation to tailoring statistics with a view to reducing walk-ins and also identifying and resolving systemic problems, I think is a welcome suggestion which we need to look into, as would providing the committee with regular updates on the issues in the more vulnerable municipalities. Chair, through you, I would then like the head of department and the officials from the department to reply to the balance of the questions.
Thank you, Minister, Chairperson, and members. Yes, I won't add to what the Minister had said in any detail. We welcome those suggestions. On the Kannaland matter, just to also note, I do think it's worthy of a bespoke discussion. There is a process that is underway to amend the financial recovery plan. The current plan remains in place at this point, but the Municipal Financial Recovery Service at National Treasury is currently reviewing the plan to look at amendments. The Honourable van der Westhuizen, apologies. I do understand the question that you were asking now. The trade-off between the economic opportunities of gambling is also obviously with social harms from gambling, and the fact that it is our most significant revenue source as a province, as well as being quite a specialized area of regulation. It is a tightly regulated area. It's a significant revenue contribution for the province, and it does require those specialized skills. I do very much take your point that there are economic opportunities from gambling, and we're guided by provincial policy in this respect. That policy, there is a review. I mean, it's under almost continual review given the complexities in the area and also the litigious nature of regulation in the area. I think that issue will probably be raised in the course of the review, whether the actual oversight of the gambling board is best placed in the provincial treasury or in another department. My initial answer was just to say that there's not technically any process that's underway to specifically consider that now, that I am aware of, but I would imagine it will come up in the course of our two processes. In fact, the first is the governance work that we're doing on public entities more generally for the province, and the oversight environment for them, and then secondly, in terms of the specific policy review for gambling in the Western Cape, which is part of our ongoing work. So I hope that gives more flesh to the answer. But it is a complex set of trade-offs that need to be made, and one can understand why the provincial treasury was assigned the function in the first instance. But that's by no means to say that should always remain the case. Honourable Nkondlo, I will leave some of the more detailed answers to my colleagues. For the question of the reports, my earlier response to being made public is that they're tabled before the council, which is therefore making them a public document. And that's what we encourage by the councils. I can ask my colleagues to add flesh to that in terms of the compliance with those requests from municipalities. So we don't release them directly, we ask the municipalities to release them. But my colleagues can add in terms of compliance with those requests. You raise, I think, a very critical methodological issue with the setting of targets and outputs and how those translate into outcomes. That's really lies at the heart of the overall government planning system. And the briefing that was given by the National Treasury, I think 2 weeks back, it kind of laid out the conventional triangle of inputs, activities, outputs, and so on. That attempts to establish that correlation between a target and an outcome. I think there are methodological concerns, and you essentially are raising those methodological concerns that are not unique to South Africa in this instance. Let me say therefore three, and I think you raise a critical issue specifically, which I think is an important insight to keep in mind around how these translate over financial years. If there's a target in a financial year that is met in the next year, and so on and so forth. These are really quite systemic issues. Rather than being able to give you an absolute response, I would just raise two critical points from my perspective. The first is what we do in the province and certainly in the provincial treasury is we follow, embedded within this logic, a theory of change methodology, which seeks to do two things. The one is to establish the line of sight, if I can put it that way, between an input, an activity, an output, an outcome, and an impact. Okay, so that which in some measure can be reduced to indicators. But indicators are of course proxies for that transmission chain of a theory of change. And all proxies are by their very nature incomplete. The second thing that a theory of change does is it reveals both your risks in terms of achieving it and your assumptions in terms of achieving that transmission. And so that is can I call it a management technology that is being quite widely adopted across government, as you probably are aware, and we certainly use that in the provincial treasury to try and say, well, how do we have underlying an indicator, a theory of change? How do we make sure that is risk aware, its assumptions are revealed, and that when we reduce it to an indicator, there is a underlying logic behind that. But my colleagues can speak more to there's an irresolvable series of methodological issues that you're raising there at the moment that go beyond the provincial treasury. The second issue that I would raise is what economists would call Cobra effects, which is simply put is that any measure or of performance or outcome that starts to become a target actually ceases to be a good measure. Because of incentive effects that are created around that. So you raise effectively a concern over Cobra effects in your comments there. These are systemic issues. They're not confined to the provincial treasury. What we do is try and be systematic in our development of the targets, in our monitoring of achievement, and then in reflecting again on whether our theory of change is holding in a particular area and for a department as a whole. On rollover policy, I will ask my colleagues to speak to that in a little bit more detail. There is a framework that is used to identify whether there is whether rollovers should or shouldn't be enabled in any particular financial year. Clearly, if there is an expectation of a rollover, one gets perverse incentives that, oh, well, if I'm going to get it anyway, then why bother to stick to the timelines and so forth. So of course we do monitor that as a treasury quite systematically in accordance with criteria. One of those criteria, and those criteria are made are well known in the public finance space across both votes and other departments. They include things like, for example, if there is evidence of expenditure commitments being in place, if there is a credible argument as to why a delay has taken place that was unavoidable, and so forth. So it's not to disrupt spending programs further if they've been subject to delays, but it's certainly to create a counterweight pressure to just delays happening as a matter of course. And we do of course monitor performance through the year to be able to pre-identify issues and reduce the extent of rollovers, and that's done on a monthly and on a quarterly basis. I will ask my colleagues to respond to your question on the supplier evidence bank and the open days. On the question of the procurement bill, we did indeed, through the provincial government and through a broadly consultative process across departments and with municipalities make extensive comments on the procurement bill. It's a very important piece of legislation. I would have no problem with sharing them with the committee, of course. I'm not 100% sure of the protocol in that respect, but we'll certainly there's no constraint from my side. I think that there's a very important public debate on these issues, and Minister Mania had in fact written to Minister Mboweni attaching the comments on the procurement bill during that period in which comments were open. The question on irregular expenditure in municipalities and the processes to address that, I will leave to my colleagues to outline that framework for you. Similarly, on the triple Ps. Let me just say that in terms of the closeout reports and the providers could of course provide that information. In terms of progress with the review of the triple P framework, that there is a process underway in the National Treasury. It had been dormant through the COVID period. Quite frankly, I did pick up only last week that there appears to be further developments in that space, or that work is now resumed. And of course, we leapt at that and are immediately following that up to make sure that we are participating in that review process as proactively and constructively as we can. I think we have a lot to offer in that respect. In relation to the infrastructure issues, the infrastructure booklet I was referring to is what we call the OPMI, the overview of provincial and municipal infrastructure investment. That we table along with the budget documentation, and that we tabled a revision to with the second adjustments estimates recently as well. That is one of the products that our infrastructure units, that you quite correctly noted, prepares. They have a responsibility around both triple P regulation and enablement, as well as infrastructure monitoring and reporting, and that feeds into the national infrastructure reporting system. It's not a new unit. It has been in place for some time. Our role, of course, is not as a delivery agency. Those are roles that fall to other departments, and some of which you identified. You raised issues around the Premier's speech, where he had raised the question of an infrastructure agency for the province. There clearly is a space for things for modernization of our institutional environment, for infrastructure provisioning in the province. From the provincial treasury perspective, there are particular space to look at the financial parameters of a dedicated infrastructure vehicle. In other words, should we be establishing a special purpose vehicle that would essentially be the asset management arm from a financial perspective of the provincial treasury, that would enable us to leverage private finance behind our investment programs. Now, this wouldn't apply obviously to all programs. Some of them are not amenable to private financing, but there are others that are amenable to private financing. That work in considering the options and the appropriateness of different vehicles for an infrastructure agency, both in terms of the scope of operations, the sort of powers and authorities, and indeed even transactions that might be appropriate for a special purpose vehicle, is currently under consideration. As the Premier had, I think, indicated, it's a complex matter. There's there's been variable experience on these sorts of entities at subnational level, both in South Africa and globally. We obviously want to make sure that we understand all of the risks alongside all of the opportunities and are able to proceed in the best possible way in this space. But infrastructure, indeed, as you mentioned, is a key element of our recovery strategy as a country and building the long-run productive capacity of our economy. And so it is something that is getting dedicated attention from the provincial treasury side. What that means is we're both looking at infrastructure from a fiscal and economic perspective, which is where our infrastructure unit currently sits, but also from an asset management and financial governance perspective. And so it calls on us to collaborate tightly internally in the Treasury, which is indeed what we are doing, having identified this as a strategic priority for us going forward, and the agency being the questions around an agency or special purpose vehicle being front and center in those discussions as well. In terms of risks with contractors becoming overstretched, I'll leave that to my colleagues to provide more specific detail on this. There are, I would just note, in terms of particularly for the bigger, you're talking really in the domain of construction procurement and construction contracting. We do work very closely with our colleagues in Department of Transport and Public Works, in particular, to make sure that we understand the challenges that are faced by the industry. There are in most of these contracts, of course, force majeure provisions, and the cyclical stress that contractors are facing, like every other aspect of the economy due to the lockdown and COVID, cannot be understated. And so in certain instances, there have been measures that have had to be taken to acknowledge force majeure and absorb some costs in accordance with their contractual obligations of the provincial government. And there have been accordingly some revisions to appropriations that were tabled both in the first and the second adjustments budgets to accommodate those liabilities that were generated. But I will ask my colleagues from the infrastructure team to speak in more detail around all of those issues. I believe the only other outstanding issue was the final issue raised by Honourable Bartman around enabling electronic submissions to particularly in the supply chain environment, which I will ask my colleagues from the supply chain team to respond to. So if I might, with your permission, Chair, ask Ms. Gantana to lead her team through responding to the bulk of what I think are the outstanding issues here raised by Honourable Nkondlo and yourself. And then I will ask Mr. Haverman and his team to specifically deal with the rollover issues and the infrastructure and PPP issues. And Jalinda, if you could just deal with the irregular expenditure in municipalities issues as well. Thank you.
You may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Before we actually get into it, I think just in terms of the request or the proposal from the Chair, perhaps just a bit of additional information. We do a quarterly cabinet submission on the initiatives, support initiatives to municipalities, as well as on a quarterly basis on the expenditure. And I was just wondering whether in providing that information, I think it would be prudent that the executive also just first be informed of what we would be providing to the committee. And I know ministers already agree to it, and that is fine. But I think there's these quarterly submissions, just for your consideration. But we will obviously abide by the decision and from the committee. So in terms of the irregular expenditure, Mr. Aziz Hadin will deal with that. And then I think there were a number of questions then related to the supply chain, both from Honourable Member Nkondlo as well as the Chair, and Ms. Nadia Ibrahim is going to deal with those issues. Aziz, stay regular.
Thank you, Jalinda, and thank you for the question from Member Nkondlo. It's taken National Treasury quite a long time to delegate the authority to condone irregular expenditure to all of the provinces. However, that authority does not extend to municipalities. The Provincial Treasury's responsibility as it relates to irregular expenditure for municipalities only extends to monitoring, training, and capacitation. So for the municipalities, National Treasury has issued the MFMA Circular 68, detailing the processes of dealing with irregular expenditures, and Provincial Treasury ensures that circular is implemented to its fullest extent. Irregular expenditure must be dealt with via the municipal manager, tabled with the subcommittee of council, and if there's any further engagement that is required, you also have the DB, the disciplinary boards of the municipalities. So intermittently and progressively, Provincial Treasury is ensuring that across the 28 municipalities, that in-year irregular expenditure is being handled through the correct processes. Unfortunately, we do not have the authority to deal with the irregular expenditure, and I don't know if there is something like that on the cards, but that it's really limited to the Provincial Treasury's responsibility in terms of both the PFMA and the MFMA. We do monitor the irregular expenditure on a quarterly basis. We look at the financial statements, and definitely we address it in the audit action plans to correct all of the prior year issues. And in our CFO and sub-CFO forums, we ensure that the municipalities do at least the minimum. It must also be said that most of the irregular expenditure in relation to the municipalities comes from supply chain regulations and laws. And there's a separate program that deals with any inconsistencies in laws and regulations. And much of the irregular expenditure emanates from the Auditor General saying one thing and the client saying another thing because of past practices. And this is something that is continuously on the agenda between the Provincial Treasury and the Auditor General in our technical sessions. But to give the members confirmation that the irregular expenditure is a constant item on many of the platforms that Provincial Treasury runs. Thank you.
Nadia?
Thank you, Jalinda. Honorable Chair, just on the first, I'm going to answer the questions interrelated because some of them reference back or relate to each other. On the first aspect of the SEB, The SEB is what we call the supplier evidence bank that we took in-house in the last financial year. If the members would recall, we had in the province prior to that had a supplier, Western Cape supplier database, and that was very much what we had. It is similarly focused like the National Treasury Central Supplier Database. In fact, the National Treasury borrowed that idea from the Western Cape government in that aspect and took that further. So as the CSD matured and we could place reliance on the information that was in the central supplier database, the national one, we began to slowly in a transitional way, began to move away from keeping a duplicate database on our side. So what the Western Cape version evolved to is merely what the national CSD was not going to do, which is keep an evidence repository. And this was very much based on the whole aspect of ease of doing business and looking at efficiencies in the supply chain process. So the national CSD will store supplier profiles. It links back and references to information or other government databases like SARS or the aspect around personal information that would be stored in terms of employees, government employees. So you're looking at various databases that they would actually interact with to support a supplier profile and carry the information sets that would be required in a procurement space. The SEB is exactly what it says. It's an evidence repository that stores the compliance documentation centrally in one space for provincial departments so that a supplier doesn't need to submit those documents every time it tenders. So within the national space, whether you actually do a formal bid or a quotation, each time a supplier tenders, they would need to support that with bidding documents 4, 8, and 9, and other tax requirements and the like. So this begins to house that information that has your consolidated SPD 4, 8, and 9 in one document, which we call the WCBD 4. So in one document already, we've created a level of efficiency in consolidation and submittance once in an annual financial year, and we do updates on that. So a supplier only needs to submit that once when they're doing business with the Western Cape government. And then obviously we look at support and maintenance of that information set. Should that be information change or the supplier status change or directorship changes, and how we update that information process in terms of supporting documentation. It also stores things like your BE certificates and your BE claim bid documents that would support the departments in that space. So that is something that we as the Western Cape manage, and it interfaces with the national CSD to take care of the governance requirements when a supplier tenders. So in terms of the road shows and the supplier open days and whether or not we have a system to track information, we have over the last financial year implemented a system called the issue management system, which begins to house a number of the information sets that we required to look at client support in a different way. So it's at the stage of infancy. It's quite a good system of being able to pull through reporting on what we're doing and how we're doing and doing it, and to what our lags and leads and ways of improvement. And I think the current year would actually reflect the value, because I think it would be the first time that we transitioning into a full automated issue management system, whilst in the previous year we implemented at the latter half and we had to migrate from a manual to an automated process, and obviously take up from the staff members and how they use the system optimally is also challenging, and we need to transition through that process as well. So we hopefully a lot of the information that we're looking at would be able to be accessed in terms of the kind of reporting that is required. Then in terms of the questions around who benefits from the supply open days, I think It is in the report. However, I think we've had this bugbear in previous years as well, where the service delivery improvement plan is not reported in a very user-friendly manner. And we've tried, various efforts to enhance it as best as we can, but we limited to the reporting template that has been issued by the DPSA and managed through the Office of the Premier. Whilst I've tried to kind of give a lot more information in the current annual report, particularly as it relates to what are the events, what were the focus areas and who are the beneficiaries. It just doesn't give you the breakdown of the beneficiaries in terms of the economic classification, whether they were SMMEs necessarily, but it will give you the numbers and it will tell you what that initiative is. You will find that information on page 37 to 38 to 75. It's quite a comprehensive list of things that begins to report on various aspects of the service delivery improvement plan. So on the provincial side, it's split up into the two elements of subprogram 3.2, which deals with provincial government and the local government side. On the provincial government side, we're a little bit more advanced because I think a lot of the information sets are within our control, particularly as it relates to the SEB, which provides a significant level of support against which we can dissect data in a particular way, as well as the Power BI tools that we look at. The local government unit, given that it needs to interface with different municipal systems and the like, are lagging a little bit behind. In the current year, we're hoping, and my colleague, Mr. Rodney Moorman, who leads that unit, is also working closely with us to see how they could use the same issue management system that we use on the provincial side, as well as interfacing some of the information sets that they put on the system. So you will see there may be certain differences between how the local and provincial government information is reported. So on page 37 to 38, you will see that we note there were 16 interventions, 11 for provincial departments, and you'll see 5 for suppliers. And that is broken down into what those interventions were and how many beneficiaries actually benefited from them. And then further down you go and you'll see that there's additional work that was done. And for suppliers, we did an additional 7 interventions on the provincial side. If you move down to the local government side, their municipal and supplier interventions are somewhat combined, and it may not have the breakdown as clearly as we do on the provincial side in terms of who benefited, but it does give you an idea in terms of number of beneficiaries, particularly for the Mossel Bay event and other interventions that they would have gone. There is a lot of room to improve, and I think the aspects around, particularly the issues on raised by Honourable Member Bartman in terms of what are you pitching, how do you look at the efficiencies. I think the report doesn't do justice to some of the things that are happening behind the scenes. I think our quarterly report that we do internally begins to look at that level of diagnostic. We're wanting to bring that into the annual reporting space. However, it's limited to this framework that has been issued as a reporting framework. So we want, and perhaps I think we can take it offline with my HOD and the senior managers and Ms. Cantana as well on how we can, optimize some of the information sets that are there that could add the level of value. And I think linking up to Honourable Bartman's question of where do you look at things that you want to do differently in terms of looking at efficiencies. One of the things she raised, and I absolutely agree with her, is that if you actually go into the automated space for submission of documents, it will ease up the walk-ins, because a lot of those walk-ins happen when suppliers actually need to come in and drop off their documents. So that almost is a very simple example of where efficiencies can be in terms of reducing that walk-ins, and where our team that supports can do other more useful things than document management and recording of influx of people coming in and the like. So there's a number of that, and I think our quarterly report begins to look at some of those efficiencies. we can even go to the extent of looking at who benefited and matching it to even suppliers that we do business with and expenditure. So with BI tools and models, there's a lot that can be done. I just think that, you know, we need to move beyond this reporting format that could, you know, is very limiting in what we represent and how we represent that. And we could do much better in how the information is packaged. So something that I will take with in terms of today's discussion. I think just looking at the focus of walk-ins or the number of queries doesn't actually give you a full sense or a picture of what actually happens and what we're looking at and flagging from a service delivery improvement plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone else that still needs to provide answers? Mr. Overman. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much. I think two questions, one relating to rollovers and the other one just to further discussion on PPPs and the role of infrastructure. I'm going to ask my colleague Stephen Kenyon to deal with the rollover issues and Clark to deal with infrastructure issues.
Thank you, Dr. Haveman. If Chair, may I go ahead?
You may go ahead, Mr. Kenyon.
Thank you, Chair. So just on Honourable Nkondlo's questions around the rollovers, if I can just build on what the HOD said earlier, I think it's always worth noting in the context of rollovers that rollovers are actually governed by the legislation that this committee processes, right? So it's it's Section 10 of the Provincial Appropriations Act that governs the rollovers, and it's aligned to the national DORA and to the PFMA and MFMA requirements. And the key phrase there is that rollovers, well, the first point is that it sets as the default that any unspent funds at the end of a year, any unspent conditional funds at the end of the year must revert to the provincial revenue fund. So means that the obligation is that if the funds are unspent, they should be paid back to the province. But it allows for the provincial treasury to approve the rollover of funds, which allows a municipality to retain those funds to complete spending them. And the key phrase there is if the funds are committed to identifiable projects. In this year, in processing the rollovers, there were sort of two extraordinary events, both linked to the pandemic. The first is that the lockdown, although Honourable Nkondlo is quite right that the lockdown really started right at the end of the national and provincial financial year, the municipal financial year obviously has that quarter four of the municipal financial year was during the sort of hard lockdown period, and that's also particularly on infrastructure projects where a lot of municipal spending normally takes place. So the lockdown did impact on spending in municipalities in 1920, and that really was beyond their control. Then when we process rollovers, we have to verify the amounts that remain unspent, and we normally verify those against the annual financial statements. And that's the second thing that was different this year, is that the annual financial statements, there was an exemption, a delay granted to allow them to submit later. So normally those at the end of August, instead those were submitted at the end of October, which means that we didn't have the information that we normally would have. But I should say that even in that context, there's always, even if we'd had them, there is always a tension in the rollover process with municipalities where from the province's side, we want to, it's our job to make sure that we're verifying all the amounts correctly, and that we're making sure that there are genuine commitments, etc., and that all the rules have been adhered to. From the municipality's side, the priority is obviously speed. They want to make sure that the rollovers are approved as quickly as possible so that they can complete spending on the project. So what the province does, and this is something actually where the province is out ahead of national, is to have a two-stage rollover process. So National Treasury, for their grant rollovers, they usually wait until the annual financial statements have been, the drafts have been submitted, then they start processing in September and make approvals usually sometime around November. What the province does is for infrastructure allocations and disaster allocations, so ones where there's substantial amounts of money and delays could be really harmful, we process those rapidly so that the approvals can be granted in August. So this year in August, in that process, we were able to approve around 221 million rands worth of rollovers, mainly on housing and disaster grants. And then in the subsequent process, and this was complicated by not having the annual financial statements yet, but we were able to approve around another 97 million in October. But it's still, you know, for the team that's managing this, it's still an ongoing process. So the rollover process still hasn't been completed because those are the approvals that we granted, and then we write letters to the municipalities saying why we didn't grant other rollovers. If, you know, and municipalities then have the chance to appeal that. There's also the possibility that the amounts that we based the rollover decisions on might differ from what's in the annual financial statements once we have those. So everything has to be reconciled there. So there are still back and forths at the moment even where we are engaging with municipalities. So that's the broader context of the rollover process. And on those provincial grants then, there was an amount of 5 million that was approved on the initial round of rollovers in October. Subsequent to an appeal, a further small amount has been approved for rollover to municipalities. But as I say, that process is still not yet finalized. So we're still engaging with municipalities on that. Thank you, Chair. I think Klaas is next on the PPPs.
May I continue?
Good morning, Honourable Chair. Yeah, from my side, I think the HOD answered almost most of the questions on the infrastructure side, but did a little bit more detail. On our side, we also fairly deeply involved with some of the infrastructure planning documentation, what we call the user asset plans and the IPMPs, the infrastructure management plans, and so forth, implementation plans. And that links back to our reporting to National Treasury as well, because some of that, especially in the case of education and health, links back to potential incentives. So if your documentation is of a certain standard, you achieve a certain threshold of a score, you qualify for an incentive as part of the 2 conditional grants in education and health respectively, and we've been quite successful so far in the past couple of years to achieve or receive additional funding from that sources. And then we also report quarterly and monthly on the progress with the implementation. And let me just go back on the planning documentation. The emphasis on the planning documentation and so forth is also to improve the project pipeline, and we all acknowledge there's still a lot of room to improve the project pipeline and so forth, but it does assist to put more credible infrastructure budgets on the table and tabling it at such as part of the budget documentation as well. And then we also keep cabinet up to date on a quarterly basis on the performance and issues of risk and so forth that we need to highlight. So that's on a fairly detailed level, some monthly, some quarterly, and some annual stuff. Then just to add the 2 cents on the lockdown before I get to the impact on infrastructure, in particular on the rollover, before I get to the 2 questions on the PPP side. It was very late in the financial year when the lockdown was affected, but it did impact in terms of officials being able to verify invoices when they need to certify it in the process. So the whole system came to a abrupt standstill, almost abrupt standstill that impacted on also the processing of some of the invoices and so forth. So there was very, very late in the year, not as bad as on the municipal side. did have, in fact, a bit of impact. Just in terms of the two PPP questions, the one is on the with the private parties involved. On Chapman Speakers Interleni concession, and then on the website is the Cape Nature Reserve in the web is the web collections and Murakakuru family. They are the two concessionaires on that side, and then the question on the closeout on the Western Cape Rehabilitation Centre and the Lentegeur Hospital. The focus of Department of Health was to respond to COVID-19. So they put all hands on deck to assist in that process. So some of the officials that was responsible for the closeout report, amongst others, was also called in to assist with the getting the field hospitals and etc. up and running and so forth. So they're working on it. It's work in progress, and it should be finalized in the 2021, early in the 2021 year. So yeah, that's the response from my side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there anyone else that still need to answer questions?
Chairperson, maybe just on the engagements, I think the HOD raised it. However, there was a question actually that, that one just need to talk about the engagement. So in all respects, actually, we engage with local government departments or municipalities, but also with departments and entities. And in this regard, actually, it gives effect to something that we call a SIME and time process, which is actually almost an integrated process across all the treasury units, basically, that gives input into engagements on the draft municipal budgets, basically, and also the input actually in that regard on the SDBUPs, etc. So that's one set of engagements. Actually, then we also have technical engagements which link up with the accounting and supply chain elements of it. And then on the training as well. So there's quite a few interactions with local government. Actually, that's actually almost documented basically in the APP under those things that says meetings, events, and etc. Actually with local government. And then obviously on the SDBUP and its legislative requirements, Malcolm can just maybe pick up on that. But there's also a firm process and timeline actually on which reporting and also publication actually of the SDBUPs actually are done, both at the beginning but also on a quarterly basis as well on the municipal financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. With regards to the publication of the SDBUPs, Chairperson, it must be made public within 10 days after the Mayor approved the SDBUPs. So in this regard, there's generally good compliance by municipalities. However, there is a challenge that municipalities do not indicate the date on which they place the documents on the website. But generally, there's been good compliance in this regard. Similarly, with the Section 52, or which we call the quarterly reports, it must be made public within 5 days after being tabled in council. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's the next person for answering, or is that all?
Madam Chair, maybe just a quick comment from my side related to the irregular expenditure, if I may go ahead.
You may go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in relation to what Aziz said about the irregular expenditure coupled to supply chain management. Earlier in this year, we had extensive discussions with the National Treasury on the irregular expenditure coupled to supply chain management. We have put comprehensive inputs to the National Treasury in this regard. Also, with the assistance of our HOD, we managed to register our concerns at the Technical Committee of Finance. And what came out there is that we will set up working groups to actually deal with it. Many of these findings is related to the interpretation of laws and regulation on the side of the Auditor General. And I just attended the very first meeting that dealt with most of the regulations attached to the irregular expenditure and how the Auditor General view the laws and regulations attached to supply chain management. And I'm happy to say that we are going to work with other provinces as a collective in these working groups to resolve these issues, and then also take it to the entire OCPO forum at the national level, and eventually table this at the Technical Committee of Finance. And the idea is to make sure that we deal with the issues at hand that contributed to the widespread of irregular expenditure. So I just wanted you to note on the way forward and how we're going to address this issue, and to make sure that we're on the same page as far as SEM laws and regulations are concerned in the municipal space. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are those all the questions that have been answered? Okay, if there, no problem. Is that Mr. Savage?
It is indeed, Chair. Sorry, Chair, I was just saying I think we have answered all of the questions. I hope adequately.
No problem. Thank you so much. I am going to ask that if there are any other questions or follow-ups, that the members please submit to those in writing. I would like to ask now if there are any members of the public that are in our meeting who would like to ask Provincial Treasury a question. It is an annual report, and due to the nature of annual reports, it is also a public hearing. So I'll now allow for opportunity for members of the public to ask a question, if any. Okay. It does not seem as if we have members of the public in our meeting. I'm going to thus request that we take a 5-minute break before we just start with the gambling board. And thank you so much for those questions. However, Provincial Treasury, please stay online, given that it is the entity that the gambling board falls under Provincial Treasury. There may be questions specifically for Provincial Treasury regarding the Gambling and Racing Board's annual report. So members, if everyone is happy, we are going to take a 5-minute break, and at 11:19 we will commence with the Gambling Board's annual report. Thank you so much. Members, colleagues, it is 19 minutes past 11. Honourable Nkondlo, I see a hand from yourself. Is that a point of order?
No, it's an old hand. Sorry, Chair.
No problem. Okay. Colleagues, we're going to follow the same procedure as we followed previously. I'm going to allow for the Minister and the Chair of the Board to do introductory remarks, and then I will table the sections of the report. Again, I just ask that for ease of convenience, that you just please indicate the pages that you're referring to so that the board is also able to assist us with the answers, as well as for the procedural officer to please have it noted. And then we're going to do questions and answers afterwards. And if the Minister and Provincial Treasury and the board would like to stay afterwards for a little while, I'll also, after the question answers, just give a little bit of feedback on the current bill before our committee, because I have had a meeting with the Speaker's office and the Speaker. So I'll also just later on in the meeting also just give a little bit of feedback on what came out of that meeting as well. But Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't intend to make any long introductory statement other than to say that it obviously gives me pleasure to introduce the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board's annual report for 2019-20, and I would certainly like to thank the Chairperson and the Board and the Executive Management Team for the work that they have done during the past financial year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Lekay.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and also thank you to the Minister for those introductory remarks. But to the committee, it is indeed a pleasure for us to come and present our 2019-2020 annual report to you. I'm also not, like Minister, going to have to say too much. During the course of the process, most of the questions will be dealt with by our executive team, unless otherwise indicated. So we are going to go straight into it and allow for the members to put their questions to board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, with that, I now table parts A, parts B, and part D of the annual report. Just a reminder that C and D will be dealt with in SCOPA in the beginning of next year. Members, I will take questions now. Going once, going twice. Okay, then I'll take I'll start with questions then. I see Honourable Nkondlo's hand. Okay, Honourable Nkondlo, you may continue.
Apologies, Chair. I think some of us were born before technology. Just takes time to just do the click of the buttons. Thank you, Chair. At this point, I just wanted to check on the introductory pages. I think it's on page, let me just open the appropriate page. I think it's page 5, if not 6, which indicates, I think almost I think it's about 27 million that the board is reporting that has contributed on CSI, 27.9 on CSI initiatives. And I just wanted to check, because I know this is an issue that we have raised with the board in different conversation, and they provided the answers, that do we continue in this state where the CSI initiatives mentioned, or the funding that would have gone to project, is through, you know, the actual what do you call them, gambling companies. It's not necessarily something that the board itself can actually be able to indicate to you, where did this 27.9 million go to. So that's my first question, Chair. And then following on that is on the is on the illegal activities. I just wanted to check with the board, and I think the work that they're doing in this space, and also the constraint given that the national process is still not concluded. But I see they already have got, I think they call it Panthers, I think that they are working on. Would this mean individuals that have got challenges with gambling, because I may not know the language, in the gambling space? Would this be individuals, and is this individuals with their families? If maybe they can just explain that concept to me, but also to check whether the cases that they had to investigate, what is this? Are they working in particular with the law enforcement agencies in this regard, and if so, these kind of cases, do they end up in terms of the prosecution? If they can just once again just take me through to understand that system of once you have investigated, and I see that there's even confiscation of machines. So what then happens? Once those machines are confiscated, what happens to the machines? Are they kept by the gambling board? Are they sold? What happens to those? If they can just educate me in that regard, Chair. Let me stop there for now, and then I'll pick up later.
No problem. Thank you. Honourable van der Westhuizen, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me just lower my hand. Chair, a number of questions, and I'll be brief. The first one is just to help us understand the extent of your work, because this is a field that I'm not familiar with. The type B and C limited payout machines, how do they differ from type A? Can you just perhaps help us there? The second one is the whole issue of problem gambling, which remains a problem. Excuse the pun. And because quite often we know, we hear of criminal activity being linked to problem gambling. People that have lost everything, and then they start making plans to get an income, and the problem gambler response is normally to go and gamble again in the hope that one or other time his or her fortunes would change. Now, at one stage, I often heard advertisements. I saw advertisements addressing the whole problem, the whole issue of problem gambling, but it's just my observation that it's become fairly quiet in that regard. And that links also onto Honourable Nkondlo's question of the illegal gambling, because I think all of these things, as well as other criminal activity, they're all often linked. So if we could be informed a little bit more about that side of gambling. Then the CEO indicated, and I appreciate the honesty there, or the openness, and that is that audit fees went up by 28%, computer license fees by 20%, leasing, we've read in the annual report that they have now gone into new premises or offices. But still, Chair, what we do know is that the Western Cape Gambling Board is struggling to make its books balance. And obviously, I trust that cost containment will be very high on the agenda of the CEO. And therefore, if you have such, I always want to say, excessive increases, what are your plans to address that? Then also, Chair, I would like to get some feedback from the board, and perhaps the chairperson of the board is the best place. We've got certain responsibilities in identifying people for nomination, or for us to give through names to the minister, who eventually then refers these names to cabinet for appointment. Now, my impression is that the current process of filling of vacancies and upcoming vacancies already started in 2019, one of them being aimed at a vacancy that will only occur should that person retire on the predetermined date next year. Now, I think we are all looking for greater efficiencies. We all know that people's circumstances change a lot in a year, even less than a year. And I would love to hear from the CEO whether he or any of the other members present have got ideas as to how can we speed up this process. Because it's also been mentioned in the annual report that with the composition of the board, they may from time to time struggle to be quorate because of the delays in the filling of vacancies. And then the next question is, we see that in the entertainment world, there are some huge trends. And I think COVID has also influenced that, just as, you know, with the coming of television, recreation and the ways in which people operate have changed. And my question now is, what are our response, or how do they intend to manage these trends? For example, the decrease in horse racing, where some people still feel very passionate about horse racing, and casinos perhaps being replaced more and more by online gambling, etc. And perhaps they wouldn't mind also addressing us on the impact of online gambling and the possible future of the regulation of gambling, particularly from a provincial point of view. And then just a last question, Chair, on page 38, I see there is a reason being given for the relatively low percentage of performance reviews, but it still doesn't reflect well on the board. And to say that the process only started in December during the festive season, obviously we know that December is a festive season. Why did you only start in December? And can be assured that in this current financial year, that the performance on that criterion will be improved.
Apologies,
Thank you so much,
colleagues.
Chair.
I'm just going to ask that if someone's on the floor, that we just keep our mics on mute, just so that we don't avoid some background noise. But I do think that Honourable van der Westhuizen did conclude there at the end. But I'm just that's just a reminder, please.
Yes, I trust that last issue regarding the performance reviews and whether we will see a repeat of that relatively poor performance, whether that issue has been addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those questions. I will then now also just add mine quickly. So in terms of, and this is a collective page question, on pages 6, 23, 28, and 42. It refers to obviously the regulatory compliance department within the gambling, as well as program 3, which relates to regulatory compliance. And perhaps the CEO, Mr. Abrams, would also like to come into this particular question. And I wanted to find out, because my question I think is a little bit unusual. I would like to know whether the committee is allowed to ask whether we can go on a compliance site visit with the board. Now, the reason I think this is an unusual question is because when you do compliance and you check the compliance and you do compliance, it is at the premises of a private company, okay? And obviously you don't want interference in government business, okay? So that's the other factor. So my suggestion is that in order to understand some of the regulatory compliance checks and matters that the board is engaged with, that the committee is able to, for example, have a briefing beforehand to accompany the board on what could be considered as almost a semi-unannounced or semi-announced visit to a client, to observe what is being done. So essentially you'd be almost like a fly on the wall, only observing and not asking questions, given that the work of government must be continued and you only have a specific amount of time and the client is paying for that time. And then afterwards, then to have another briefing perhaps, where one can then ask one's questions about what one has observed during the compliance check. Now, this would obviously not be on every compliance check because there are many that happen and there are various different ones that occur. But I, for example, would like the committee, if a casino, for example, takes 7 days to check compliance, which was the average time indicated previously, then perhaps the committee does a 1 to 2 day oversight where we are those flies on the wall and we do the briefing before the compliance and after the compliance so that we do not interfere in the work of the board. But then similar to unannounced visits of many other committees, that we inform the board, for example, based on your timeline and based on your agenda of compliance checks, which one we would like to join, and then we go with you to that particular one. So instead of 7, we'll maybe do 2 days, or if it's like LPMs, then maybe we can accompany you to a few on a particular day. So that's just the more logistical question, and I would just like to understand whether something like that would be possible and how something like that could be treated. And then I just want to find out, we often speak about compliance that the board does, as well as harm reduction programs. And I wanted to find out what is the view of Provincial Treasury regarding what the mandate of the board should be. Now, I know what the mandate of the board is, but should the board be focusing on compliance alone? So you apply for your license, you check whether the license is in order, stuff like that. Should the board be engaged with harms reduction programs? Should it be doing both? What exactly is the vision for the mandate of the board? And perhaps the chair, Mr. Lakay, and the CEO, Mr. Abrams, can come in here if you also have particular views for the vision of the board in that regard. Minister, I will start with you if you have anything that you would like to answer. And then I will go straight to the chair and the CEO, and then Provincial Treasury if they would like to add anything. Thank you.
If we could go straight to the chair, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm going to sort of start with the questions in the sequence, more or less to which they were given, those that I can respond to. And then I am going to ask the CEO to respond to questions that I'm going to indicate, and then he could ask the executive team to provide the further detail. To kick off, Madam Chair, to respond to Honourable Mkondlo's question with regards to the CSI, the 27.9 million as mentioned in our annual report, those are contributions by the licensees of the board through their various programs. What we also need to understand is that there are conditions for each licensee to participate in CSI. Some of their requirements may differ depending on the conditions and depending on the industry that they are in. For instance, casino operators would have different requirements to those of LPM, to those of bookmakers, to those of horse racing. But the 27.9 is a collective number for the industry, and that comes all from our licensees. How these contributions are made comes from the profits and from time that the licensees will have. The board has a very involved oversight role as far as CSI is concerned. Each sector in committee will engage with the licensees as to their ongoing responsibilities as far as CSI is concerned, and where they will receive reports on what has transpired in a particular quarter, and also depending on which region is being visited, visits will be undertaken to specific beneficiaries of the CSI programs. So it's not just a question of they have a responsibility, but there is actual interaction between the board and the licenses as far as that is concerned. We can categorically say, Honourable Chair and members, that CSI from the licenses in the Western Cape, it works. If I may just say aside, it was about a year or so ago when we were asked a question at a conference, a national conference, with regards to CSI. And we can say that it works for us because we are actually on the ground to see the fruits of the programs and where the beneficiaries relate to the fruits of those programs, Madam Chair. I'm going to leave it at that. It's very involved, but we are certainly open to any further contributions that we can make. We'll ask the CEO to allocate the illegal activities, very involved, and also with regards to problem gambling and the particular exclusion registers that we have. Then Honourable Van der Westhuizen's questions with regards to the differences between type B and C LPMs. CEO can indicate. His comment with regards to problem gambling, very much related to what Honourable Nkondlo also raised in her introduction. With regards to the cost, the CEO can speak and our CFO can further address those. Right, Honourable Van der Westhuizen, through you, Honourable Chair, the nominations process for board members. At the outset, it is not a function of the board, and when I say the board, as in the collective of members who deals with this process. It is a process that is completely in the hands of Provincial Treasury, who obviously will be aware of the terms of each board member, and when these terms end, so Treasury will trigger a process for a recruitment through the normal processes, and eventually ending with the minister making the nominations to the cabinet for members who will serve on the board. It is a significant risk for the board, obviously, and it's only a risk that the board can mitigate through certain processes by engaging with the Provincial Treasury around the termination of board members' terms. And that's it. There's very little really that we can do about, but Treasury interacts with the board also with regards to this process when it's necessary. With regards to the trends in the industry, that is a very important one, and I'm going to give some comments, and then I'll ask my colleagues to further add to that. Online gambling, firstly, one must understand that, call it online gambling as a term. Online gambling is illegal in South Africa, whilst there is betting, which takes place online, that is completely legal. So firstly, there is confusion with regards to the terms that are being used in the industry with regards to online gambling and online betting as such. But what is understood mainly by it, it's casino type gambling that is being offered online by illegal operators. Right now, if you want to play on a roulette table or a slot machine, you have to visit a licensed casino to do that. Whilst there are illegal operators who offer these facilities online for punters to play on. That is completely illegal. Whilst you can bet on sporting events and other type of events which are offered by bookmakers, these are completely legal and you may do that. Having said that, Honourable Chair, recently the board has decided to make some work of it to put out some communications as part of its awareness programs also to educate the public with regards to those specific terms. Online gambling, online betting, etc., and what is legal and what is illegal. However, going forward, and particularly now that we are in this era of the COVID pandemic, and we have seen how the industry has been severely impacted by closures of that, which has fortunately not led to job losses to any extent, but obviously there has been revenue losses which would have impacted the very first item that we had discussed, and that is CSI contributions. So the industry would have had severe reductions in its profits, which in turn would lead to a reduction in the contributions to CSI. And we must know that CSI embraces a number of areas, supplier development, enterprise development, education and other areas, social development, lots of factors. So that has been a year is where, call it online or digital opportunities have arisen to take the industry forward. Whilst COVID is going to be with us for an unknown period, if we start researching and working on how the industry can offer more digital entertainment, the impact may be lessened through that. The board has written to the Minister with regards to some intervention or assistance in that space, with regards to how it is illegal at this space, so that we can engage with the National Gambling Board, whose prerogative it is to deal with the matter of illegal online gambling, and the National Minister. We stand ready to work with our provincial oversight and parent body to take this forward into the national space, Honourable Member. I'm going to go forward. Can the committee go on us with some compliance as observers, and therefore, again, I'm not too sure of the protocols, Honourable Chair, but you will recall that we as a board invited the committee to a session so that we can perhaps provide information to the committee from an education point of view. It is a very complicated industry with lots of complications around different matters. And my colleague, Provincial Treasury, Mr. Savage, has already mentioned how litigious the industry is, so one must be careful, particularly how you tread with certain things. But we would certainly like to sit down with the committee and help them understand the industry. As I mentioned, there are various sectors within the industry. You have your casino sector, your low payout machine sector, your horse racing, and all of that. So there are differences within the industry. So before one talks about compliance, let us understand what the different requirements for compliance may be before, and thereafter the committee can then decide, oh, we would like to see compliance with regards to the casino or with regards to the RPM, etc. and then one can take it from there. So I would suggest, Madam Chair, the first point of departure would be to have a session where the experts at the board inform you of their sectors, and the members of the committee can thereafter decide into which areas they would like to go. But certainly, I believe it is a very good thing. One can see that, because not all of those compliance issues will be open to a visit, but certainly there are opportunities where the members of the committee will be able to go and see what the compliance may entail. Yeah, and with regards to compliance and harm reduction, as the chairperson has said, let us see how Provincial Treasury, and we will add to that question. I will now hand over to our CEO to deal with what I have not dealt with, and then he can allocate further for further detail. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you so much. Mr. Abrams.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm just going to deal with some of these questions quickly. The first one was illegal activities, and then including that with the punters on page 5. So we have the fact that there's that the board allows punters who have a problem with gambling to come into the board, and we will assist them in getting themselves self-excluded. And then the industry itself does the same process. But I'll ask Mr. Bennett, who deals with this, whose department deals with this, to actually talk onto the process, as well as the illegal gambling itself, because his department does it as well. So at this point, I'm just going to pass that question over to them, and then we can carry on, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Chair. On the illegal, sorry, I'm just supposed to look on the camera. On the illegal gambling, just to discuss the process that follows is when the board gets information that there's illegal activity, the office of the board itself does the investigation. So we will do the investigation to determine whether the allegation is actually true or whether it's basically negative. If the allegation is negative, we would then inform the relevant SAPs in that area that this gambling is taking place. We will then discuss whether we need to get a warrant or whether there's circumstances which permit us just to remove the machines. We will, under no circumstances, enter the premises basically on our own. It will always be in the presence of law enforcement or SAPS officials. On the day, the machines would be confiscated, a person would be arrested, and the machines would be booked into the SAP 13, which is the evidence book. Once the case basically goes to court and the person is found guilty, the machines are basically forfeited to the state. The cops then hand over the machines back over to the board. We would then go to Provincial Treasury and advise them that we have now, these cases have been concluded, and these are the machines in our possession, and we will get authorization from them to have the machines destroyed. Our officials will then go with the people who are authorized to destroy these machines, and we will be physically present while those machines are basically destroyed. In cases where people basically don't have to go to court, where they just plead guilty, in those instances also the office of the SAPS officials will advise the board that the person entered either plea agreement or he pleaded guilty to the offence, and then the machines are also basically handed over to the board. And then the same process for the destruction basically follows as well. In respect of the responsible gambling, what happens is the board, what we do is we assist people if they want to be excluded. If they felt they have a problem with gambling, we would process the form, they would come to our office, or in instances where people cannot come to our offices, we would go to their premises. We've also been contacted on numerous occasions by people at the treatment facilities, the addiction treatment facilities in Kenilworth. Prior to a person being released of this treatment, they wanted the person to be excluded so that he does not fall into that trap again. We would go there, process the forms. Once we've processed the forms, is within 7 days, what we would probably have done is we would have notified all operators within the Western Cape that this person basically has excluded. We will also notify all other 8 gambling boards as well as the Provincial Gambling Board that this person basically must be excluded, and they in turn have to advise their operators in that. At this point in time, in the absence of the national register, the board is looking at compiling its own register. We do have a register at the moment, which we basically, but it's very manually driven. The idea of not having our own register in the past was because we were waiting on national to implement the legislation. Basically, we'll bring the national register into operation, but that has taken way too long. When it comes to the third-party exclusion, I think it becomes a bit tricky because obviously when you do a third-party exclusion, you're changing the status of an individual. So at this point in time, is they would have to make an High Court application to indicate is that they are a concerned party or an interested person, and this person has a problem with gambling. At this stages, we've had very few third-party inquiries in that respect. Chair, I think there was another question relating to criminal activity and problem gambling. While there was reports of some those type of things in the past, the board hasn't had any reports of that recently. Although there was indications previously now in one of the recent discussions that the SARGF has been doing some type of research, and they're trying to link whether there is an increase in gender-based violence as a result of problem gambling. Now, that is a report basically that they basically doing, and obviously we would like to see the outcome of that. Obviously, if it requires the board to change certain processes or procedures, which will take all those things into account. Chair, I think that's about the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To continue, then Mr. Bennett needs to continue as well on the advertisement and the illegal gambling itself. Those two questions raised, whether what has happened to the advertisements on addressing problem gambling, and as I said, that is Mr. Bennett's department. And so if you could just continue on that, please. Thank you, Chair.
You may continue, Mr. Bennett.
Chair, sorry, that one was on the advertisement. I just didn't get that question. Sorry, Chair.
The advertisement for responsible gambling.
Oh, my apologies. Okay. Yeah. What happens is that in terms of the board's regulation is all gambling-related advertisement must come to the board for approval. So what would happen is any license holder who holds a license in the Western Cape would come to the board for approval, whether it's a media publication, an SMS, a TV ad, or a radio ad. One of the things that we do look at is to ensure that the messages are appropriate. The other things that we also ensure is that the message is not conveyed to an audience where the majority of the audience would be under the age of 18. And then also very important, we make sure that they have the mandatory word in there, which basically indicates that, you know, you're licensed by the Western Cape Gambling and Board. And the other thing is that it's the responsible gambling message, which basically gives the number of the toll-free number of the SARGF, and it gives them an SMS line as well. So that is mandatory on all gambling-related advertisements. And in that way, that is supposed to a certain extent, is supposed to inform the public about the dangers of excessive gambling. And if they find themselves in that situation, is what the contact details or who they can contact in that respect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may continue, just to also say that the National Responsible Gambling Program, which was housed here in the Western Cape, is no longer here. The SRGF, which is the African Responsible Gambling Foundation, is now housed in Johannesburg, and they run the programs on there and the responsibilities of the National Gambling Board. What they do is to go to schools and basically present some training there or some programs on illegal gambling, so they don't and on problem gambling. So they don't necessarily advertise, but they do go around to various fora. They also requested and joined us in the two-song program, so they go out into the industries and have some, or into the communities, and they have some road shows. So not necessarily maybe the advertising, but they do actively go into communities and present on problem gambling. And so that's currently the situation. In fact, they requested that they also join us on our awareness programs to be able to assist the public with problem gambling situations, and also to advise them on how they can deal with problem gambling. So it might not be a media campaign, but they definitely do go out into schools and into the communities with their program. If I may go on, Madam Chair, the increase in various costs, a lot of them are, well, the audit fees itself that we can't compare. I think maybe the PAG, the Western Cape PAG, they're still busy looking at costs and the audit fee costs. And so, although our audit committee robustly engages the Auditor General on these costs, we really can't decrease it to ourselves at this moment. The other fees that we have here are basically once-off fees, which has been increased. So the digitization of our licensing process that will finish in September of next year, and so those costs will then be reduced. And the other costs are that are in there that we have mentioned will actually slowly ease off, as it was simply development costs that was there for particular years. The leasing of the new premises at this point in time, it's a notional cost. We don't pay anything, so it's simply a book entry because Department of Transport and Public Works pays for that thing, but we have to, because we get a benefit, there's a notional cost to the board, and that is put in there, but it's definitely not a cash flow expense at all. And then I would like the CFO then just to talk on how we are reducing our costs, especially with this COVID-19 process and the possibility of a decrease in funding. And she could just talk to what we're currently doing just to reduce costs further. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, members. Yes, it's still morning. I'm Zoe Siva. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the board. Like the CEO said, and as to member Van der Westhuizen's question, we try as far as possible to contain cost. Just taking the recent situation of COVID-19, we had a request from Provincial Treasury to actually identify expenditure line items where we can save on budget items. For example, we cut, for example, the conferences fees because we said it's not possible to travel anyway, the COVID-19 situation, so we couldn't go. And I think, Member Van der Westhuizen, I think it's also very important to appropriately budget for the expenditure line items. Yes, these are increases, but it's not like it wasn't expected. And in the case where there are certain circumstances where we have unexpected increases in the actual result, the board does on an annual basis, I do take some variance to the board where we say, for example, originally we budgeted this amount for a specific line item, but we are underspending in this instance and we're overspending in the other instances, and then we reallocate some of the underspenditure to something that we didn't necessarily foresee. So that is then the environment process, and I do think the CEO also speaks to that in his report to say there was, for example, for the year under review, a net environment process of 471,000 between the operating expenditure budget and the capital expenditure. Also, on a quarterly basis, we do report to the board committees in terms of financial performance, and we also report to the board to see, for example, this was the budget, this was the actual expenditure, where are the increases, or where are the significant variances, what are the reasons for those variances, and whether then we can and how do we then deal with those variances. For the year under review, we were able to stay within the board's expenditure budget. But like the member said, currently funding is a challenge for the board because there is an expectation for the board to become self-sufficient. But until the 19th Amendment Bill has been dealt with, we will still have the gaps currently in the Act, which is the exclusivity fee and the license operator fee, which the board is currently not. We don't get that money currently. So until that bill has been finalized, the board will still be heavily dependent on government grants to balance the budget, seeing that the board can't budget for negative. So the board's income has to equal the expenditure. I hope that answers the question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that still needs to answer?
Sorry, ma'am, just going through here. I think the chairperson had answered on the vacancies because the board member vacancies, that's not the board's prerogative, but obviously I think this committee and Treasury. So what we do is obviously to advise the provincial treasury on the forthcoming vacancies. And I think if I could ask Ms. Skepu, just because we had presented some amendments to the Act some years back, and maybe she could just elaborate on those changes that we submitted to Treasury, ma'am. Thank you, Mrs. Skepu.
Mr. Skepu, are you with us?
I am. I just had to unlock my screen. Yeah, Chair, we also presented this to the standing committee. Essentially, the one is to require or prescribe that the quorum for a meeting of the board will be a majority of the board members. And secondly, to allow the standing committee or the executive council to extend board members' terms for a period of up to 3 years, Chair. Looking at the fact that for board members to get to grips and understand the industry and the regulatory space within which the board operates, you are looking at least half of the first term essentially being to understand the legal and regulatory landscape, Chair, as well as the specific industry landscape. And then to say that, you know, board members really start adding value in terms of the industry specific issues in the latter part of the first term, Chair. But that would then also address the issue of continuity and ensuring that you retain the knowledge for the particular number of new members that may serve on the board at the time. And it is not compulsory that members are then automatically appointed for 2 terms, but it will then only be utilized in instances where it is necessary, looking at the experience mix of the board members at the time, but also taking into account, let's say, the particular number of applications received, or there may be other reasons for the delay in making an appointment to the board. Then at least in the legislation, you have those options open to the Executive Council and the decision makers, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To go on to the question of the trends in horse racing, I do believe the chairperson had addressed it, and also the casinos being replaced by online gambling. What we do, or what we have, is that there are certain people who would prefer to go to an online to an actual brick and mortar establishment because they feel more comfortable with the machines in front. They have engagements there. They see it as an outing. And so it's more the younger generation who's on the go all the time that prefer an online thing rather than going to sit at the race course or at the casino and actually have to spend some more time there. So we do have those brick and mortar establishments that have a clientele that will definitely come back. I think the current lockdown situation has prevented them from obviously increasing their revenue to a great extent. But we had one LPM operator recently who said that globally their revenues are back to pre-COVID lockdown situation, except not in the Western Cape. But people are going back to these brick and mortar things because that is where they feel more comfortable. So I think there is a space for both of them, for people who prefer the brick and mortar and for those who are online. So I think once the lockdown is gone, we could actually see what effect this online will have on them. But right now, obviously, with the limited numbers in there and the curfews, we have a decrease in that revenue. The online gambling provincial issue, that's obviously for them. And then if you go to the low percentage of performance reviews, unfortunately, that was a limited case. So what has happened is that we moved our performances to run in line with the actual financial year. And in that particular year, and unfortunately, we also had a new HR manager appointed. And so there was some problem in making the thing available for their review to be on time. Currently, it's a review up to September. So immediately after that, the process is now open and people are already, the performance reviews are already taking place so that we will not have that same problem again going forward. And we apologize for that, but definitely in the future, we're managing this process and it won't be repeated. And then I think the chairperson had spoken to your proposal on going to this compliance audits, and I want to repeat his answers there then. And then on the harm reduction, I think he also had responded to there. And I don't know if that is all, Madam Chair, but those are the questions I have. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Provincial Treasury then.
Madam Chair, before Provincial Treasury come in, there is one question that we just overlooked. Sorry about that. With regards to Honourable van der Westhuizen's questions, what's the difference between Type A, Type B and Type C LPMs? The difference, if I may, from my side, Honourable van der Westhuizen, it does not relate to the specific machine, but relates to a property. Each property or premises is licensed to house a certain number of LPMs. A Type A license will allow the premises to operate from 2 to 5 LPM machines. A Type B will be licensed to operate from 6 to 20 machines, and Type C in excess of 20 machines. Currently in the Western Cape, we only license Type A premises, and Type B and Type C are part of the future rollouts, which the board is also wanting to look at into the future. I trust you understand that type of LPM machine better now. Thank you. And then we will wait and we will respond with regards to the compliance harm reduction after our colleagues at Treasury have spoken. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Mr. Savage, you may allocate your questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think there were 3 critical issues there, which are around harms reduction, the board appointment process, and the role of the board. I'm going to ask Mr. Phillips to respond in detail. He's been doing quite a bit of work this year on all of these issues. Just to note to initiate the response, the harms reduction, the provincial policy on gambling, which is which really frames what the legislation tries to achieve and so forth, is relatively long-standing in trying to find that balance between the economic benefits of gambling and the potential social harms, and it takes a relatively conservative approach. It also doesn't distinguish it's precisely for that reason, in fact, that this is a regulated industry. Is that there are harms that come from gambling, and that they do need to be mitigated, and there's not a silver bullet in how you do that. And that's why, in a sense, we have a dedicated regulatory entity in order to be able to look at these issues in an integrated way with the range of instruments that are available. And there are both economic and more direct regulatory instruments that are available to mitigate harms, but the policy also in how licensing in the industry and so forth is framed is to inherently limit access to gambling as well. So it's as in the case with a lot of regulated industries, it's a fine balancing act, and it's precisely that reason, the call for some judgment in achieving that balance, that we do have the board established as an arm's length regulatory industry to take a full range of matters into account. On the board appointment processes, I would just note there, we can talk in detail on, Mr. Phillips can talk in detail obviously on the specific appointment processes for the board, but there is work underway in the Provincial Treasury looking at the appointment processes for all public entities. There are a range of differing procedures that are established in legislation and in established practice that vary and create quite a high degree of ambiguity. We're working with legal services in the province in order to be able to streamline that process and make sure that the accountability and oversight and decision-making roles are clearly defined in that respect. But let me hand over to Mr. Phillips for more detail on each of those issues.
Thanks, David. Thanks. Good afternoon once more, Chairperson. Look, I think just maybe to start off by saying actually, and I think just to preface actually the whole understanding around gambling and its impact, both from an economic perspective, but also the fact that you didn't want to overstimulate based on what was mentioned actually around the harms that can come from. And I think it was within that particular context actually that the framers of the policy determinations, which was provincial cabinet, actually decided on an approach as well as the roles and responsibilities for administering or regulating basically gambling in the province as a starter. So within that particular context, we have the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Act. And then we have almost a subsidiary set of regulations actually that governs both the advertising, the appointment of members to the gambling board. Now, what has been the bigger challenge actually with regard to the gambling board and the appointment process basically, and maybe if I can just cite basically the roles basically, it's around licensing of various sectors of gambling industry, conduct probity investigations, ensure integrity of games and fair play, ensure that taxes are generated, ensure that the negative socioeconomic impacts of gambling are minimized, and to ensure that we have the closure of illegal gambling establishments basically. I think from a regulatory perspective, actually, it covers actually almost the full ambit that was explained earlier on actually from the various gambling board members into that. So looking at particularly those functions, actually, that determines actually that, look, there's a 7-member board that has to have some form of diverse set of skills that would be able to regulate the industry from that perspective. From a policy perspective, actually, the impact actually of gambling actually on an education department, on a social development department, etc., actually has to find itself actually in the nexus basically of a policy for a government actually that needs to actually give execution to the constitution. So from that perspective, I think that's been an issue. I think where this process actually leads to is the fact actually that there is an advert that says we need members to the gambling board. These are the functions of the gambling board. Then actually, once people actually have put down a nomination, those nominations are actually taken to the public, given the fact that there's a scrutiny process. Those applicants actually that submit actually completed forms after are put through an extensive and intrusive probity assessment process, of which there are also a little bit ambiguous, but also some form of clear indication in terms of what type of people actually can and would actually be entrusted actually to serve on the gambling board. Now, the committee will actually also recall actually when we brought some of the names there to the committee, we firstly, the quantum of people applying for the board, that's actually limited, given that we need people with legal expertise. We need people that can deal with the finances of and so forth, and then also having the impact basically of the socioeconomic impact actually that actually governs actually. So that's actually more broadly the skill sets that's required basically from the board. So given from the time actually that there's a call for proposals, basically actually this thing can actually lead up to even between 3 to 6 months, basically knowing where we are. But also at the same time, actually, is also the understanding actually which of the vacancies actually which of the board members' vacancies actually or terms come to an end. There's a process actually of reapplying actually for board members as well. So what happens actually in the due course of this property searches, basically there comes a number of things out of the woodwork actually that really is so intrusive actually that things that members actually would not have thought would make somebody a fit and proper person to be appointed to the board comes out basically in the wash. And that's actually where at some stages actually where the recommendations actually also don't factor into that. So our engagement with the board actually deals actually with, there's a quarterly meeting between the board and the minister where some of the strategic issues are raised or the policy issues are raised, but then there's also the technical gambling liaison meetings actually that's actually held actually on a monthly basis between the technical people on where we are. So looking at just that particular role and responsibility, basically we then actually do all of the admin work actually that leads up to the preferred or shortlisted candidates bringing to the board, to the committee. There's some form of interview process and a recommendation actually that actually goes to the minister actually to make a nomination actually of a specific member to the board. Now obviously that's been flawed because I think the one issue that you're sitting with actually there's a limited pool of people that can apply or do apply for the board. However, that makes it a little bit more tricky in the sense that while we want to put diversity up front there, we want to make sure that there's rotation. We want to make sure that there's continuity, a mix of skills basically that's required, both experience as well as actually new people coming into board. That poses a significant risk actually of finding a board that can deliver on its mandate. But also you've also heard actually that it takes roughly about half of a term to get a board member actually up to industry proficiencies basically and in dealing with the industry chairperson. So that's actually the one element actually on there. And then obviously the issue around actually that we have to look at almost rewriting the entire piece of legislation, because I think when we actually came to the committee, it was almost every time we come here with a piecemeal basically approach to what we want to change. So there's some developments actually of also revisiting how the legislation it needs to be rewritten basically to give effect to some of these changes actually, and also the current challenges that we're sitting with and where gambling and the gambling industry is going to as well. Thanks you.
Thank you, Mr. Lakay. Is there anything you would like to add?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I especially want to thank Mr. Savage and Mr. Phillips for their comments. Mr. Phillips' summation of the industry in detail, very much spot on. Madam Chair, as far as the industry is concerned, and particularly your question, should the board be doing compliance and who should be doing harm reduction? No doubt, it is the responsibility of the board as far as compliance is concerned. It's part of the regulation, and as my colleagues have so succinctly put, yes, to control the industry is good regulation, and we need to ensure that all our processes are in place. And it has again been mentioned the acts and the regulations, and these things take time to change. So therefore, there needs to be ongoing work as far as that is concerned. Now, particularly in the COVID-19 era, the board made a particular point of, not just for now, but it has been always part of this thing, but a particular one because of COVID-19 is problem gambling. And some of board members have attended specific virtual conferences where problem gambling and harm and those kind of things have been looked at. So this board is currently taking the problem of, call it problem gambling, a step further. We need to particularly focus on that because, as also mentioned, you cannot just bring new gambling opportunities into the market without looking at the specifics that the harm that it may bring along with it. So yeah, the positives of the gambling industry, it makes a significant contribution to the fiscus. It makes a significant contribution to social and enterprise development, but it also contributes to problem gambling because of the opportunities that there are. And that is where we work closely with our awareness programs, and we work very closely with the SA Responsible Gambling Forum, where our members attend regularly, and we give input to deal with that, because that is the significant negative that the industry faces. And you can have all the positives, Chair, if you do not address the main thing that is negative in the industry, and that is the item that everybody else comments on. It's the negative side of gambling, but we tend to forget the positive sides of gambling. So as a regulator, whilst we know the positive sides, if we want to take the industry forward, we have to make sure that we minimize harm to the extent that it is possible. And having said that, Madam Chair, research that's currently available has indicated that we are not in a space where problem gambling is a significant issue. But if you do not constantly address it, it may just become a significant issue and have an even more negative impact on the industry. So the board, the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board, as part of its processes, have to work on compliance, and at the same time, almost hand in hand, Madam Chair, problem gambling and harm reduction must be part of any process that the Gambling Board engages in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lakay. Members, it's now 26 minutes past 12, so I will allow for any follow-up questions. And with the follow-up questions of members, I will also allow members of the public to also then put their questions after the members as well at this stage for the board. Honorable Nkondlo, I see your hand. Okay, are there any other members then from the public who would like to ask questions as well who are in this meeting? If none, then Honorable Nkondlo, you may go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and rush the questions. Page 18 on the oversight of the board. If the colleagues can explain what do they mean in 2.1.1 on the dichotomy between the board and the provincial treasury, because I think they insinuate when somebody is reading some concerns. If they can explain what does that mean. In 2.1.3 on the economic situation, they refer, I think, to the cost of alternative energy. And I'm just interested to understand what that means in light, I think, of the energy game changer in the province that seeks to ensure energy security by actually diversifying energy. Is it a matter because of the load shedding? Are they implicating that alternative energy would be actually unsustainable for the gambling industry? If they can explain that. 2.1.4, the triple BE, what is the current sector compliance rates, if they can indicate? Because I think in one of the points there, they say the situation of the bookmakers is actually being monitored. And I think on page 42, if I'm not mistaken. I would want to understand whether as part of the regulatory compliance, is the issue of BBE part of the regulations that are actually considered for the operators. On page 29, between 2.2 and 2.2.2, I think on the organizational environment and the organizational structure, I think also this link to page 38, which mentions that an HR manager resigned. I'm trying to understand, because there's an indication here that the board is trying, I think, to expand the offerings, but it has got HR implications, which I see that they may be studied during this financial year. But there was an issue of some employees not wanting to take extra work. If the board can just explain this, are there current what are the current labor relations between the board and its employees, if when you get to an extent where people decide to not even a task to make, if maybe that can be expanded on far better. And my last two, Chair, is on page 43. I just want to understand page 43 and 46. These are actually related questions. I think under the regulatory compliance, I see an underspending, a huge jump between the last financial year of around I think 212 to 1.2 in this financial year, and it's mentioned there it's due to not filling of vacancies. And if how many vacancies are we talking about here? And then what was the delays, or what has been the challenges of appointing in that, including the one on the, I think on the revenue collection, where there's an inspector charge out with a variance between the past financial year. Maybe they can explain to me what is inspector charge out, and also that situation of the variance between the previous financial year over collection and the under collection of this financial year of 637. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nkondlo. Mr. Lakay and Mr. Abrams, you can allocate the questions accordingly.
Madam Chair, I am going to pass over to the... Sorry, Madam Chair, may I proceed?
You may proceed, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm going to pass over to the CEO to deal with the questions as far as he can, and then revert to some of the HODs and managers, and then I will conclude. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 18, the dichotomy between the board and PT, I think Ms. Skep will probably explain that more, but it was relevant to the question asked previously Mr. van der Westhuizen as to the focus areas, and the board having thought that it's or at least the one is whether it should be under economic opportunities. And so that was the thing with the board is actually one that looks at furthering economic opportunities, especially it's meant to have also tried to include previous PDIs into the gambling industry and giving them economic benefits out of this industry. And whether, as was mentioned previously, whether the PT is actually looking more at finances rather than economic development and economic opportunities. So that was there, but I think if Ms. Skepu can just elaborate on exactly what was put there. Ms. Skepu, please, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, CEO. I think you have covered it, Chair, and I think that we did cryptically in the annual report specify, just what the difference is in terms of the board's mandate and PT's core focus, Chair. And I think it's just then we tie into the broader provincial economic development agenda, Chair, to ensure that there is congruency in terms of the drive from an economic development perspective, Chair, and of course taking into account the safeguards as referred to by Mr. Phillips and the chairperson of the board. But I think it will then just seamlessly also tie into the broader provincial economic agenda in terms of economic development, and also then, Chair, looking nationally at the fact that your gambling regulators report to economic development. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Skipper. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I then go on to the next question there on the cost allocation of energy. What has happened is that our the casinos, especially with the load shedding, they've actually at some great cost introduced their own alternative energy to be able to help them during those periods. In fact, even with the water restrictions, they've gone and put up plants to extract water and to make it drinkable. In fact, at Grand West, all the water, we were told, comes from their plant, on-site plant. And so both the energy and the water crisis had, in fact, caused them to invest quite a lot of money into producing those items for themselves. And so that was simply just saying that that was the result of them actually having to incur quite a lot of costs. In fact, all the casinos to be able to produce both the energy and the water. And so that was effective, that answer. On the BBBE, if I can then again ask Ms. Skepu just to elaborate, because she tells quite a lot with the BBBE, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Skepu.
Yes, Chair. In terms of the current level of compliance and the BBBE levels at which the different industry role players operate, of course, the impact of COVID-19 will then factor into the next ratings and BE evaluations that will then take place. But in terms of the last evaluation submitted as part of the renewal process for licensees, the casino operators and the two route operators achieved and maintained between levels 1 and 2, Chair. It is, however, in the bookmaker and with the totalizator that the board finds that given the varied size of the industry, you have under the bookmakers your few corporates that has proper BBBE compliance policies and projects, and then you get your smaller bookmakers, the majority of whom would be exempted in terms of the BBBE codes and the Act, but then those that falls in the middle, Chair, that do not have your typical corporate employee dimensions, but they are required to comply, and the board monitors all licensees' compliance through the different committees of the board, as indicated in the report that meets then quarterly, and license holders also submit quarterly reports to the office, which is then monitored by the board. And then when each license renews, applicants are required to 3 months prior to the expiry of their current license submit a rating certificate, of course, bar those that would be excluded in terms of their turnover under the codes and the BE Act, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We continue then on the resignation of the HR manager. This person actually relocated to Canada, and even his whole family moved out of the country into Canada. and that then was the reason for the resignation. But the board has appointed a new HR manager. And if I could ask Ms. Kibani just to respond then to the labor relations between the board and the employees. Ms. Kibani is our current HR manager. Thank you, ma'am.
Good day, members. Good day, Chair. To respond to Member Nkondlo's question in relation to whether there are any issues of labor relations, particularly in relation to the issue of regrading and the fact that the failure in regrading and the fact that employees now, that has resulted in employees not being willing to accept any duties. The impact, there are no major labor relations issues. It has just affected the staff morale. But although it has affected the staff morale, the employees were able to successfully fulfill and meet the majority of the targets of the board. And also regarding that, we are in the process of arranging the job evaluation with the assistance of PT. So that is, Member Nkondlo, a work in progress. I'm not sure whether I've covered everything.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, just to elaborate, what has happened is that it's a small sector of the administrative staff who, through resignations, have actually been performing some duties outside of the JD. We then submitted their JDs to OD for review because they had this additional task that they performed, and the result was that they remain on the current grading, and this obviously didn't sit well with them. And so what we did do was to take any additional task from them, and they then continued to that effect with only performing the actual JD. So that was basically the problem which we realized, and now the board is currently seeking to have all staff, because I mean I think it's every 5 years, I'm not sure, that they need to be regraded, and so the board is seeking for regrading of, in fact, the full board complement, and that's where we're sitting with that. If I may then, to the next question, ask Ms. Siva just to talk to the underspending and the variance between current year and last year's revenue and expenditure. Thank you, Ms. Siva.
Thank you, CEO. I think Members Nkondlo's question in terms of compliance was just to talk to the delays or the challenges experienced with compliance in the compliance department. I will ask Mr. Bennett, but then I will just ask. I will just speak to then the difference between the underspending. I think that was a question on page 46 of the annual report. So, Member Nkondlo, I don't want to say the problem is, but the board's own revenue is based on industry demand. For example, if you look at the application fees, that is driven by the number of new application fees to the board. So if the number of new application fees increase, then the application fees will increase as well. For example, investigation fees is a set fee based on the number of employees, the number of slot machines, and the number of tables, as an example. So whenever there's a movement in the number of employees, the number of tables, and the number of slot machines, those fees will also change accordingly. What I can tell you is the difference from the current. So if all things are equal, if my number of slot machines and my number of tables and my number of employees remain unchanged year on year, then only I will be able to tell you why is there an increase, and that will probably be inflationary increases. But then if still, if everything remains the same, if you look at the probity fees, because the probity fees or the license, the inspector charge out fees is the amount of time the licensing department spends to check whether each license applicant is fit and proper to actually have a gambling license. So every 3 years, I think we do a full probity. And then the other 2 years, we do a limited probity. And then the time spent on a full probity is also different than the time then spent on a limited probity. Then the only significant change in the current year is the retention of surplus funds for the amount of 1.8 million rand. That was included in the budget, but we actually didn't request that amount from Provincial Treasury because the board had sufficient cash to cover its expenses. So I can't really, I don't want to say there's no significance or we can't really talk from year to year because there's so many variances or variables that drive these figures. So I can't, for example, application fees, if you say 3 million in the current year versus the 2.3, it is just because we receive more applications in the current year than last year. And I hope that answers the question. Thank you, member.
And Chair, just to talk to the service in kind then. Previously, the board was at Seafair House in Tyne, which had a rental value of 2.9 million rand. But the current premises, which Department of Trade and Public Works has secured for us, and in which we currently house ourselves, that rental value is 4.3 million rand. So 2.9, nearly 3 million rand of its surplus is actually notional services because there's no money paid by the board, but it's just the value we get out of the rental that has been brought that huge extent. So some of those funds, are not cash funds, it's just simply notional funds itself. And so if I can ask Mr. Bennett then to refer to those variances which Ms. Siva had referred to. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Abrams. I'm just going to ask that Mr. Bennett, I'm going to give him 3 minutes, just so that as a committee, we also have just some time to deal with our committee matters as well.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to those 2 positions within the Regulatory Compliance Department, when those 2 positions were vacant, one of them was for a gaming auditor, the other one was for enforcement officer. In the time that those positions weren't filled, work was just reassigned within the department, so it was a bit evenly spread. We've also subsequently, basically, when we made when we advertised for the positions, that was just before we had the lockdown. And since then we've restructured again within the department based on the current conditions under which we're basically operating. So at this point in time, because the manner in which we were working it did not impact too greatly on the performance of the work that had to be produced. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abrams. Are those all the persons that need to respond to questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Members, with that, I ask that if there's any other questions or follow-ups, that those please be put in writing. I have also already asked whether there are any members from the public who have any questions, and none was indicated. I would thus like to thank the board as well as Provincial Treasury for being here with us today and for putting in so much work to put these annual reports together, and all the work that has gone into working in a very difficult environment with a global health pandemic. And we will be following up on some of the issues that have been highlighted and some of the concerns. And I do wish you a very festive season. Because I'm going to be now dealing with committee matters, I'm going to quickly give some feedback on my meeting with the speaker, which you are obviously welcome to stay and listen to. But if you do not wish to stay for the committee matters or the feedback on the 19th Amendment Bill meeting that I had, then you're more than welcome to leave, and the officials are welcome to go back to their day-to-day duties. Okay, I'm going to continue so long. If you wish to stay, you're obviously welcome to do so. So firstly, previously, in terms of the 19th Amendment Bill, the Western Cape Gambling Bill, The committee indicated and gave me a mandate to be able to go and meet with the Office of the Speaker and the Speaker to ask advice on what would a procedure be should the committee request a third legal opinion on the matter, because we received 2 opinions and those particular opinions greatly differed. One opinion we received from the WCPP legal office and another opinion we received from the Department of the Premier on behalf of the Western Cape government, since that office does the opinions for provincial government. After having engaged the Speaker and the office, which includes the procedural advice and legal advice that he himself receives in that particular office, it has been advised that they feel that the committee has enough information before them in terms of legal opinions, and that they do not believe that requesting a third legal opinion would be able to assist the committee, and that we might end up, for example, with a legal opinion third that we agree with or even disagree with, and it might end up being a situation where we keep on asking legal opinions and the matter does not come to an end. Given that, the Office of the Speaker has given the following advice: that between the 2 legal opinions that we have received, that as a committee, we deliberate on those 2 opinions and then we make a decision as to which opinion we agree with. And then depending on the opinion we agree with, we then decide on going forward on the consideration of the bill, depending on the opinion. My advice to committee members is that we now obviously have the festive season and we are coming back close in Scopa and closer to the end, mid and end of January, and that we take this time to familiarize ourselves again with the legal opinions, and that we then schedule a meeting, or at one of our other meetings that we schedule some time in order to deliberate and consider which legal opinion we agree with. And then depending on the one we agree with, we then map the way forward for the committee on this particular bill. Members, do you have any questions regarding that matter before I go to resolutions of this annual reports? Okay, going once, going twice. Honorable van der Westhuizen and Honorable Kondlo, in that order.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Quite honestly, I didn't prepare myself to respond, and obviously we've just heard what you've said, and I accept that one cannot go and continue to just ask for another and another and another legal opinion. But what we do have here is legal experts that have given advice that differs. Would there be any possibility of bringing these people together or asking them to meet and just to see whether they can find any common ground and just help us to say, where the differences are and why they differ on that? Because quite frankly, obviously, these people didn't speak to one another when they prepared their relevant pieces, and that does leave us in a very difficult situation. And to the extent that they can then motivate further or help us, because that is their task. I accept that, to bring in a third party might be difficult, but won't we be able to make some progress by just engaging a little bit more with the 2 parties that have already studied the subject and that have given us their views on this? I do believe that there might be some value in them engaging, seeing if they can find some common ground, and then assisting us going forward. Thank you.
Honorable Kondlo.
No, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the feedback from the Speaker's office. And given, as you had indicated, that this is advice from the Speaker's office, I just want to understand, given that it is an advice based on a position that the committee has held as you were engaging
with requesting a third legal opinion as you were going to the Speaker, because I want to understand whether by implication it says the committee cannot still pursue against the advice, because I hear you saying it's an advice. Does it mean that advice changes to becoming a decision, or it's something for us to consider as a committee so that
Honorable Nkondlo, are you still with us? Honorable Nkondlo, your voice just tapered off there at the end. Honorable Nkondlo, let me just see if it's perhaps, are members of the committee still able to hear myself?
We can, Chair.
Okay, so I'm still online then. Okay, while we wait for Honorable Nkondlo to come back on, I'll ask if there's any other views so long, so that I can respond to some of the questions directed at myself. Honorable
Okay,
Mitchell.
Chair, my
There you
apologies.
go.
I think I had connectivity issues there. I'm just wanting to clarify, to get clarity on that matter first, because my take is that you had to consult and you are coming back with the advice from the Speaker's office. And my assumption is that that advice can be entertained by the committee against what was the decision of the committee, unless prescribed otherwise, that what it means from the advice of the Speaker is that we cannot continue to either request that a third opinion, so that we can then entertain the suggestion, both the suggestion that you were making, including the one of Member van der Westhuizen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I saw Honorable Mitchell's hand.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to latch on with what Honorable Nkondlo said with the last part. I think we need to, there's been a proposal made. I think we need to entertain that or guidance provided from the Office of the Speaker. And I think we should, as a second step now, move to that point of discussion. But I'm mostly covered by Honorable Nkondlo.
No problem. I'll respond to the questions directed at me specifically. Well, was actually all of them. Okay. So Honorable Nkondlo, Honorable Mitchell asked the same question essentially. The advice from the Speaker, the original resolution was to mandate me to go speak to the Office of the Speaker, which would include the Speaker, would include the procedural officer, it will include legal, both the legal WCB person as well as the Office of the Premier. And apologies, I'm just going to mute the background noises quickly from persons. It included the legal from the Department of the Premier, as well as representatives from the Provincial Treasury. And obviously, the Office of the Speaker had their own staff members present, which included the Secretary and the advisor to the Speaker, which was Mr. Ace as well. Because previously we said everyone must be in the meeting so that we can try and find a possible solution. Okay. The part of that resolution was what would be the procedure to get a third legal opinion, because we said it would likely be that the Speaker would have to request such a procurement of legal opinion on our behalf because he would represent the provincial parliament. Okay, so we went for advice, and the advice and the guidance essentially came back saying this is what we think you should do. However, this lies within the mandate of the committee. Okay, it's the committee's responsibility, as I've heard from both the legal advice from the Office of the Speaker, as well as what the legal eagles from WCPP offers and the Premier indicated, that it is the committee's responsibility to decide which legal opinion it agrees with. And members, I know that at times we want to be hesitant because we want to be as prudent as possible. But it is our role as politicians and as legislators to actually end up making the final decision on such a matter. So my recommendation, which I'm bringing back to the committee now, because I'm coming to bring feedback now. And I think maybe we must keep our resolutions for the next meeting so we can do it all together, so I can just conclude with this matter. So my feedback that I'm bringing from that meeting, and my request is a recommendation to the committee that we take time, we give ourselves a deadline, we go and apply our minds to the legal opinions received, and that we make a decision which one we agree with and which one we disagree with. Given that upon consultation, I do agree with the Office of the Speaker that I don't know whether it will help us to get a third legal opinion. I'm okay with, for example, Honourable van der Westhuizen's request that perhaps the two legal eagles need to have a conversation with each other, and perhaps we can ask them that while we are busy considering their legal opinions, that they go and sit and have a conversation on what they consider is their common ground. And then at the meeting then, when we possibly then consider which one we agree with, that they also indicate to us whether they have found any common ground. But that is my recommendation to the committee, and the committee members need to assist me with whether or not they agree with making such a resolution or not. So that is my responsibility to bring the feedback. However, it's the committee's responsibility to make a decision. Honourable Mitchell, is that a new hand or is it from previously?
It was previously, but if you allow me, I want to support your proposal.
Okay, and then Honourable Kondlo's hand.
Chair, you see, my difficulty here is that we exhausted based on content that was presented to us. I think we actually had even more time, more even going beyond the time provided for as we're discussing this matter. So I don't think it's a matter that we are not, we're avoiding to make a decision. I think the most important thing, I think, goes into the term you referred to as prudent, because even if we were to say, no, this one or not that other one, until we can satisfy ourselves that those issues in both of those legal opinions were not necessarily are able to be clarified, then for me, I think a resolution not to take the third legal opinion, can be easily found. So maybe with hindsight, with the time you are providing us, also with what Member van der Westhuizen is raising, perhaps to ask those colleagues, the legal guys, to come back, but specifically on those issues that we had concerns on, if they consider them and come back to us in that meeting that we're going to engage in, so that whilst we are sitting with this matter and understanding our responsibility as politicians to make a decision, that as we make the decision, we make decision not because we're under pressure to make the decision, but if needs be, we're making a decision because indeed those issues that were not clear for us in terms of this particular piece of legislation, we're able to get clarity on. So in a nutshell, Chair, I'm saying I would concede only because we're still trying to find ourselves closure on the matters that are still, confronting us on the two legal opinions that were received.
Thank you. And I think it's actually a good suggestion from yourself that perhaps we'll need two meetings. Perhaps the first meeting, we put our concerns that we had regarding the opinions in writing, and we asked them to present on those opinions, and perhaps the procedural officer can then help us with getting a deadline for us to put those in writing, and then they present the answers or submit those in writing to us or present it in a briefing. And then perhaps we give ourselves time then to consider which one we agree or disagree with and come to the meeting then after that to say this is our particular position. But in the meantime, that they also meet with each other to indicate to each other whether or not they can find any common ground. Honourable Nkondlo, would that satisfy some of your concerns?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Honourable van der Westhuizen, are you covered? Honourable van der Westhuizen. Okay. Well, members, with that then, that is then our way forward on the bill. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to request that in terms of our resolutions for these two annual reports, that we keep them for this afternoon and we include them with our resolutions then with economic development and tourism and the relevant entities. Would members be happy with that? Going once, going twice. I'm going to assume silence is agreement. Okay. Members, with that, and colleagues from the different departments and entities, thank you so much for being with us. The meeting is accordingly adjourned.